Coming to you from the city of the weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm official coverage of the first annual Texas UFO conference here in Jefferson, Texas. We are so happy to welcome our first guest, Rita Louise. She is the author of Man-Made, The Chronicles of Our Extraterrestrial God. She will be giving a presentation on that topic here in a little while. Welcome to the show. How are you?
I am great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Welcome to the first annual Texas UFOCon. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a great show that will grow and grow, much like the Bigfoot festivals have here. Mm-hmm. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came into the world of your research.
Okay. So I grew up in a family where you were required to read a book every 2 weeks to get your allowance.
Okay.
And I was never interested in reading fiction. And so I was always drawn to nonfiction topics, with my first love in life being archaeology and anthropology, and my second love in life being anything to do with ESP, psychic phenomena, ghosts, all that weird stuff. And which is the area I pursued personally as a career. But then 2012 happened, and there were a lot of TV shows that were talking about the Mayan prophecies and would go into these discussions and just say, well, the Hindu talk about it, and these people talk about it, but they gave no narrative tied to it.
Yeah.
Which made me go, well, what do they really say?
Mm-hmm.
And so then I started digging. And one of the things that I found was this whole series of parallel myths that came from around the world, which made my little archaeology, anthropology, art history — I have a minor in art history — mind go crazy. And so I started deep diving and just kept finding more and more material. And I'm like, you know, this is telling a story. This is giving us this whole narrative. So what is the story? You know, and so I really didn't have a whole lot of preconceived notions about this is where I'm going to end up. But I just realized that I needed to start in the beginning and take it to its likely conclusion.
Yeah, well, and really let the evidence take you where the evidence takes you without preconceived notions,
exactly.
Like you said. And I think a lot of researchers definitely have the blinders of expected result on their research. So to hear the fact that you came at yours, especially when it came to the Mayan prophecies of other cultures and how they cross over each other, the fact that you came at that with an open mind is pretty great in this day and age.
You know, and as I was working on that book, I had to take the Bible and put it over there.
Yeah.
And, you know, the work of a few other authors who were very prolific at the time and well respected, and put it over there because that's their story. Does it hold up?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so what I found, which was really shocking to me, was that the narrative that you find in the very, very early part of the Bible actually is extremely consistent with the mythic record.
Yeah.
You know, but if you sit there, because there are a lot of people that go, well, this is what the Bible says, and what can we find to put in there, versus taking the position, well, what does myth say? And then go, hey,
wait a minute.
The Bible says that too.
Yeah. And it's interesting is my first year in college, I was a Catholic seminarian, spent years studying world religions, things like that. But I have no problem with somebody as a point of faith taking the Bible literally. Fantastic. I guess my first question comes right there in that first chapter with first story of creation, second story of creation, like back to back, and they don't happen the same way.
But I have an answer for that.
Well, and there is, the fact of one's Sumerian, one's Babylonian, and it's interesting to see even in that document the cross-weaving of, once again, two different stories to tell the same narrative.
However, one of the things that I required in my research was, if there was a Sumerian story, I needed to find a Native American story, or I needed to find an Australian story. I needed to find geographical differences to have it end up on my list. So if it was Sumerian and then Greek,
yeah, pretty close together.
There
pretty influential on each other.
Right, exactly. But talking about the Bible, and I'm going to get to this point. Well, actually, you brought up creation. So there's the story of God creating Adam from dust. And then in Genesis 2, he's created, and then Eve is created from his rib.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you survey myth, you find two separate creation stories. One, they are created from mud or the source of the earth, or you find that they're created from some genetic material. Yeah. Never the twain shall meet until you get to the Sumerians, where they take this genetic material and put it into a clay bowl, and then all the gods spit in it, or the blood of one of the gods is mixed into it, which gives you the clay and the genetic material.
Yeah.
So sometimes, they sit there and talk about the telephone thing. Oh, well, they can't be real because of the telephone thing. But there's always that nugget of truth. And so if you can just look for the nugget, because I will bet that the Sumerian story where there was clay and genetic material was closer to the original story. Yeah. And then, we're just going to have genetic material. Yeah. So in the Mayan, I think it's Mayan, it's a American story that they wanted to create humanity. So they took the bone of one of the giants and they put it into a pot, and they boiled the pot, with water, and they're stirring the pot. And after 4 days, a man comes out, and they stir the pot. And after 4 more days, a woman comes out.
Yeah.
So it doesn't say clay pot. No, but it's still a pot.
Yeah, and they're still mixing the materials together.
Well, and it's a genetic material, yeah.
Yeah. And, the new Graham Hancock series on Netflix, Ancient Apocalypse, highly recommend it. And, any work by Graham Hancock is, of course, fantastic. And for years, his work has been poo-pooed by archaeology, called a pseudoscientist, things like that. He doesn't even claim to be a scientist. He's like, I'm an investigative researcher. That's what I do. I'm an investigative reporter, and this is what I'm reporting on. So I'm going to dig. I'm going to find incongruencies. That's what a reporter does. And it is one of those that once you get rid of, even for example, I do work with targeted individuals. And it's always curious to me whenever I bring all my RF equipment, and they're very excited. But the first thing I bring out is a Geiger counter and a gas leak detector. Let's get rid of the obvious that could be here before we get into the anomalous. Let's leave only the anomaly, and then we'll research that. But let's make sure that you aren't living on a fault line and getting some gamma radiation from under the ground, or have a radon leak or a gas leak in your house before we get to invasive microwave technologies. And I think even in the world of UFOs, ufology, people are too willing to jump to the extreme before we study what's there. And even when it comes to the history of humanity, we are willing to stick with what's here instead of studying what's been there for tens of thousands of years, that literally these cultures like Native Americans, Dogons, this has been their unchanged oral tradition for a couple thousand years now. And it's different than their stories. They have their mythologies, things like that. but the stories of their origins are different. Kind of like we had Keith Sealand on talking about petroglyphs, and the images that are in petroglyphs are different than rock art. Rock art shows things like that's even cave drawings, things like that, where it's like, hey, here's somebody hunting. The petroglyphs are not the same thing. They are tied distinctly to their religious beliefs, things like that. So it's not their mythology. There's a deep spirituality that is unchanged for thousands of years with the teaching of these. And it's different than the stories of, strange and paranormal. Like, this is something that is believed and is. These stories are echoed across humanity. It's really interesting to see the similarities between cultures that supposedly never had contact with each other.
Oh, exactly. And I cover that, because man-made is, it looks at the myths. It's like, I try to keep my opinion out of it.
Sure.
I'm just, here's a question, what's going on next? And this is what the evidence provides. But I have a DVD called Icon, Deconstructing the Archetypes of the Ancients. And it looks specifically at visual representations. Okay, so you have Enki in the Tree of Life, and in many of the images, it has like a man in a fish suit with this contraption in the middle. But in Mesoamerica, there is this image, and forgive me, I can't off the top of my head, but it's from the Codus Barabas or whatever. I have no phonics skills, so I just make up names for stuff. And it has these two gods standing in the same position. Oh, and in the Sumerian one, there's the flying disc of Ashur sitting over the top. So that's the other element. So in the Native American one, there are these two gods facing each other in a very similar position. There's a winged disc sitting over the top, and one of them is holding a baby. Now, how can you sit there and not go, if you hold them up side by side, you're like, hey, that's the same.
Even the odd imagery of the gods holding handbags that they seem to have, though, once again, the fish god that you're talking about from Sumeria, Dogon, same thing. It was a fish god. Olmec, Mayan. It's all over the place. The same imagery of the messenger god that came and taught them to grow crops, gave them language, gave them technology. It's really interesting to see the similarities between them. Now, when you were researching, you said specifically that it was the prophecies of 2012.
Well, that was kind of like the initiating
springboard.
point.
Yeah. Well, with that being the initiating point, because I covered that quite a bit in my previous incarnation, and one of the things that I bring up regularly whenever folks bring it up is highly misinterpreted. Doesn't say that the world's going to end. It says
doesn't say anything.
A cycle ends is what happens, which is why things stop counting. But basically, the Mayan calendar works in cycles of day and night. One is the birth of a technology. The other is the application. So But it even gets deeper than that. It does.
Because their numbering system is still based on conjecture. So this guy over here said, this is how you read these numbers. But there are other people that say that's not how the number system works. And so it's like, why do people believe this guy? I mean, that's my big thing. Why do people believe this guy when this is just as likely? I'm going to give a personal example.
Please.
So Göbekli Tepe. So there's the narrative that says, it was buried to save it for posterity. It was buried because there was a war going on and they didn't want it to be destroyed and blah, 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 blah. Buried 8,000 BC. So I did research on, and actually it wasn't research on Göbekli Tepe, but it kind of came in while I was working on my Stepping Out of Eden book about traditions and taboos. And so if you were a god king, you couldn't walk down the street because now the ground became taboo.
Yeah, it's sacred now.
It's sacred
Only
now.
you can walk there.
Correct. You know, and so there was this. Back then, they were so superstitious, and everything was based on ritual and taboo. And this is sacred because it's holy, and you can't touch it.
Yeah.
Or it's like blood, and you can't touch it because it's bad.
Yeah, because it's ritually unclean.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so regardless of what it is, you know, you had to do ritual purification. But if there were things that were sacred, you know, so when they would have like the ritual sacrifice and they would kill the animal, they would have to either eat all of it, or they would have to bury the remains or put the remains out into the ocean
Burn
or
it to
burn
cinders.
it, you know, but they had to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, if Göbekli Tepe was the home of the gods, because it was very advanced technology, it would only make sense that those people buried it because that ground was too sacred for anybody to walk on.
Yeah, you can pick up your tents, you can move, you can build a hut somewhere else, but what you can't move is the sacred site and the temple that you built. And if you don't want people to come in and desecrate the home of your gods...
But it's not even desecrated. If I go and I take a stone off the ground from that sacred site and I move it to a different town, now I have just contaminated with taboo all of those people.
Absolutely.
You know, well, I put that theory out. Oh, my God. It's like, well, you know, so-and-so says this. And I'm like, well, just because he said it doesn't make it real.
You know, because it opens a whole box of worms that we it's hard to say because I love a museum. I love them, and I always hear the words of Indiana Jones ring in my head. It belongs in a museum. Does it? Or should it be found, documented, and left there? Because even when you're talking Native American artifacts, things like that, these burials are sacred. So why are you removing them from their sacred tomb to go put them on display? You know, you wonder why you incur a curse.
Right. I mean, you know, but it is taboo.
Absolutely.
You know, you sit there, King Tut stuff.
And whether you believe it or not, it's the fact that the people who put it there imbued it with that belief.
Right.
I see you're wearing crystals, and I've got one in my pocket. Never leave home without it. I imbue that crystal with what I need it to do for me, to calm me down when I hold it, to center me. I imbue that. Every once in a while I cleanse it because people are like, I like your crystal. Can I see it? I'm not going to be like, no. You can't touch my friend. Yeah, I'm going to share that with them. But I'm also going to go cleanse that off later, you know, because I need this from it. And yeah, when a culture imbues a sacred site with something and we go and uncover it, maybe we should do our research and then recover it.
You know, I hear what you're saying, and I get that. But then we're 20th century people, and they find a sacred site, and now you have all these grave robbers in there stealing it all and selling it on the black market.
Absolutely.
And I would rather it be preserved on some level.
And I think that's really the most of it, as it comes down to that. It's either going to be here or looters will come find it. Which has been the case for millennia. But
all those Indiana Joneses.
Yeah. And it's an interesting quandary to get into, because when you're talking about things like sacred belief, when you're talking about what an ancient culture has done and the purpose behind their doing it, are we respecting that, and are we taking that wisdom into account? You know, because whether we believe it or not doesn't change what they have imbued the site with.
I had gone to, where was I? I was in New Mexico, and to this one site, you know, it was like Petroglyph Park, you know, and it was interesting because it was a horseshoe shape, and there were petroglyphs, like, here's a group of petroglyphs, and then you'd go down, and here's another group of petroglyphs, which, my opinion, because I kind of like, I mean, I work as an intuitive, you know, so I always kind of check in. And I felt like the different markings were different clan spots. You know, like here's the Bear Clan and here's this clan. Yep. And when you got to the bottom of the horseshoe, there's this intense giant rock with all these carvings. And I'm like, well, that must be the Grand Poobah spot, which was in the center. But the person I went with smoked a cigarette, which is fine. And they threw the butt on the ground. And I'm like, dude, we're in sacred land.
You got a pocket, don't you?
Well, and he was like, brr, 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 and I picked it up and I did the tobacco on the ground and, you know, said thank you and made the offering. And then I put the butt in my pocket. I'm like, I'm sorry, but I can't do that.
Yeah. Or let it happen. And you know, once again, I think lose concept of ancient wisdoms, ancient cultures, even like I was getting into a second ago when you were starting your research and starting off in the concept of the prophecy and the end time apocalyptic prophecy, or were there other prophecies like that you ran across that tended to match up with what the Mayans were saying?
Well, even the Hindu, they talk about the Yuga cycle, you know. It didn't match up with what they were talking about with the Mayan stuff. So it was like, okay, I guess that's why they didn't have any commentary, because it kind of matches, but not really. Yeah. And I think that there is a big movement right now for people like Graham Hancock, for work like what you've done, to really start coming to the forefront. There has been, of course, a lot of movement in the disclosure community over the last couple of years, despite what you may think about all that. My audience knows my opinions on it. But I think it has really opened a discussion and a very frank discussion about such things, where shows like Ancient Aliens and even Graham Hancock's new special really have laid out the case for we need to pay attention to what our ancestors have told us, and our ancestors paid attention to what their ancestors told them. Why have we not? So I was just recently, the series is out now on Gaia's Ancient Mysteries, number 4.
Yeah.
And I'm in the trailer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice. I love the work of Gaia Network. They've really come around to some fantastic content.
You know, and contemporary UFO stuff, you know, we have contemporary stuff going on. When you start talking about the ancient stuff, you have to like make a certain level of assumptions. Yeah. I would love for people to use maybe a bit more common sense.
Yeah.
In their determination, you know, using the Göbekli Tepe example, you know.
Sure.
They buried it for posterity so that people that, you know, it's like.
So that somebody would discover it later? Okay. I don't really think so. It
ain't working for me.
I don't think so. You normally don't spend that long and that much of your people's effort to
16
just
acres.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
it's a large site. It's a large site. And we regularly have like Stephen Myers on from the Pharaoh's Pump Foundation talking about a totally alternative way that the Egyptians could have built the pyramids, literally flooding the Giza Plain and floating the blocks right there, right off the river. Like, to me, as somebody who pushes stuff across hotel carpets, it's one of those, man, if I can back the 18-wheeler up to the door, I'm doing it. You know, so it makes sense to me. And I think that we really discount the ingenuity of our ancient relatives and of ancient cultures.
You know, but when you look at the technology, you know, and like the schist disc in Egypt, you know, some of the most pristine and precise work was done in the very early period, and then the technology either went down or was completely lost. And so it makes me think, who were these people that intervened? You know, when you talk about Sacsayhuaman in Peru, it's like, how did they do that? You know, and the Spanish were like, oh, well, you know, they built these 50 years before we came, but there was no recollection amongst the people of how they were built.
Yeah.
You know, and their narrative was it was the giants.
The prime example that I give all the time is America's Stonehenge in New Hampshire. Where it's like, oh, well, it was this, it was that. It's like, that's funny because when the settlers moved and found it, they asked the local natives and they're like, I don't know, that was here when we got here, man.
Well, same with the mounds.
You know?
So in that trailer on Gaia, you know, that's one of the things that I talk, you know, that was my little clip, was, you know, we don't have a memory of how this stuff was done because it wasn't our technology.
Yeah.
You know, it was, in my opinion, it was the giants' technology.
The example I give people regularly is, you know, a master woodworker?
I know one.
They used to be pretty regular. Mm-hmm. Somebody who knew how to use an awl and a chisel and carve something out of wood. That was less than 100 years ago. Mm-hmm. That was a regular thing. Same thing with a master stonemason coming up and chiseling things. Now it's all poured concrete. Technology changed. The way that we build things changes. Same thing there. Something easier comes along. The sacred part of it may move away. And now suddenly the technology of that master craftsman who built the schist disc is gone. And it doesn't take a long time. The prime example is that it takes 2 generations. Mm-hmm. It takes maybe a generation even for that knowledge to just disappear. It takes literally
phone.
It literally takes a master not having an apprentice for 5 years. Mm-hmm. And the whole industry can change. Everything can change. So, yeah.
You know, but I'm going to kind of throw this in here. I'm not sure exactly how it fits, but, you know, things were done sacred.
Yes.
You know, so like when they were building the tabernacle and the Holy of Holies, it's like it was done in a ritual way.
Yeah.
When there was the ceremony where they would do the sacrificial ritual of the clan animal, it took a week because they had to prepare the land and they had to prepare costumes and they had to do the ritual painting.
They had to spiritually prepare themselves and fast and
Exactly. And that's where I'm going with that.
Exactly.
You know, and so it was, you know, a meditative, a connection with source moment for those people. Yeah. And so we don't know if that was kind of their thing too, that they, you know, there are extraterrestrials that come in the ships, and we have the stories of those encounters, both past and present. Yeah. But then there's the other level of extraterrestrial that come through divine inspiration, where you're talking to beings, you know, attached entities or malevolent spirits are just the bad end of that continuum.
Well, and that is a topic that we have talked about regularly with cryptid researchers, Sasquatch hunters, that kind of thing, especially those talking about Sasquatch and portals. The connection between the two is not that there isn't a real Sasquatch and actual animals and a physical animal out there, but are some of these sightings possibly another entity that is feeding off of our psyche and what we would allow, what we would welcome, instead of being scared when we see them. So they assume that form, or they give us that experience to guise themselves? Possibly.
But I'm going to take it to a higher vibrational level.
Please.
You know, so when these groups would have the ritual experience, it's like one of their goals was to get guidance and insight of how to work with the culture, or, you know, Native Americans, they would do the ritual dance to get information about how to heal someone, you know, and so they would open themselves up to receiving divine insights in very high level. And so my feeling is that our ability to make that connection and bring through that information in a reasonably clear form has gone.
Absolutely. And I think, now, granted, we have the conversation all the time with paranormal researchers. Like, I won't have a a Ouija board in my house. Not because I'm going to do a ceremony or a seance with it, but because that's what's imbued into it, is the concept of that. Like I don't have a black screen in my bedroom. I won't have a TV in my bedroom because a black mirror is a scrying mirror. We're all walking around with one in our pocket all day long. So when I go to sleep, like that's down. I'm not giving it that opportunity. But you also have to accept that might be a thing, you know, and until the early 1900s, mid 1920s, people still covered mirrors when somebody died.
Jewish people
Still do. Absolutely. So there's still a reticent part of us that is tied to that, I think. And the new stuff with CE.
But we've become so separated from our spiritual nature. Yeah. And as we move forward, you know, you look at the world today and people are so disconnected.
Yeah.
From themselves and so disconnected, and I'm going to say from source, and not that should be the goal, but they can't look inside.
Yeah.
They choose to not look inside.
Yeah. And I think a prime example is modernly the CE5 protocols by Dr. Stephen Greer. I think it is a very interesting exercise in mass meditation, and not necessarily to call forth a craft, but to vibrationally get yourself to a point that you're matching the frequency of what's already there. And that's when everybody's like, look, there it is. Because we've now shifted frequency to where that is. And that goes straight along with the physics that they are talking about of UFOs.
Okay, so when I give lectures on psychic abilities and throw in like ghosts into that, I always joke around and go, oh, well, I put my entity glasses on, and people are like, well, where do you get those? And I'm like, freaking Walmart, come on.
eBay.
Yeah. You know, they got those little round circles.
But
No, but I never thought
you have to shift yourself
that
into
the
that.
UFO was at a different vibrational frequency. Okay, so when you're working energy work on people, this is my experience. It's like I'm in one vibration when I'm looking at you physically. Yeah. I'm in a different vibration where I'm looking at you emotionally, mentally.
Oracally. Yeah.
Well, no, emotionally, mentally.
Okay.
You know, I'm in a different vibration because I have to kind of step out to look at your aura, and a completely different vibration if I'm dealing with an entity.
Yeah.
You know, and so I tie into people with their names. And so sometimes it's like I'm shifting and I'm not getting to where I need to go. So I need to refocus. But I never thought of the UFOs being at a frequency that we're not seeing.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Interesting.
That is
I've never heard that before.
Quite literally the physics that they are looking at right now in UFO and UAP research is the fact that these things are, even all the metamaterial research, everything else that's going on is all vibrationally based. Really interesting. And the prime example, like Hal Puthoff, one of the founders of the science of remote viewing. He's on the To the Stars Academy. And the whole reason that remote viewing started was from a laser scientist's paper talking about how an experimenter in a laboratory is actively influencing their experiment because of the expectation of a result. And that's what led to the science of remote viewing, is this idea of through our own vibration, we can affect that. So,
you know, but to me, remote viewing is doing psychic readings, except with this really anal protocol.
And that's definitely one form of remote viewing. There's associative remote viewing, emotional remote viewing, all of that. Like, there's a whole bucket. It's interesting.
Again, it's changing that vibration and changing the focus.
Exactly. And I think once people understand that it really is a shift of mentality, and that it's a willing shift of yourself into something else.
Yep.
That's where we get back to the point of hire anything. I don't care. I used to say it to the classes I taught. I don't care if you call it Jesus, a dog, the tree next door to your house. You got to have something higher than yourself out there. I don't care what it is.
And one of the things that's interesting, because that was part of my book, Stepping Out of Eden, was really looking at that ritual experience because it brought in so much material. And you found two different groups, and I don't know, this was kind of my joke in it, if one followed the other. But the first ones were like the Bushmen. Or the whirling dervishes, where they do all the rituals and the fasting and the this and the that and the dancing and the singing so that they can reach an ecstatic state.
That's right.
And communicate with the gods.
Yeah.
Or channel the gods or whatever.
Yeah.
But then you have this whole other group that maybe kind of do the ritual, but then they take psychedelic drugs to help them
to get
to that state. And I'm like,
to shortcut it.
Were they parallel methodologies, or was this the real methodology, but they figured out a way, the technology, to bypass it?
Exactly.
So now you can just go on a weekend to an ayahuasca thing and maybe do something for a couple hours and then drink and,
Yeah, no, precisely. So there has been a big awakening in our society. It's been great to see it over the last few years. I want to thank you for your time today talking about this topic. Tell everybody where they can go to pick up their copy of Man-Made and all of your other work.
So I have to make a... Okay, so this is my printing. So this book is technically available, which I don't have a copy for you to hold up, under E.T. Chronicles, What Myth and Legends Has to Say About Humanity.
Okay.
Which is available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, blah, 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 blah. But I just didn't feel like buying them from the publisher because I can publish those.
Yeah. Well, do you have a website, anything like that people can go to
my
for
website
readings?
is soulhealer.com. It has a bunch of articles, like the Gobekli Tepe article is on there, and access to any of my books.
Great.
And just as a little pitch, so I've started doing Monday Night Live with Dr. Rita Louise, where people can actually call in and get a free mini psychic reading every Monday night, 7 o'clock Central.
Wow, fantastic.
On Facebook.
Well, I want to thank you for your time during this awesome first UFO conference here for Texas UFOCon. While you are online checking out everything from Dr. Rita Louise, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. That is where you can find episodes. That's where you can find all of our content. Stay tuned for more coverage from the speakers here at the Texas UFOCon in Jefferson, Texas. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com, and the code is Curious7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the first annual Texas UFOCon here in Jefferson, Texas. Our guest right now is S. Miles Lewis. He runs an online archive, the Anomaly Archive, talking about, well, anomalies. He's from Austin, Texas, right there in my backyard. How are you doing today, Miles?
Doing great. Great to be here.
Fantastic. Well, tell us a little bit about the archive, how you started it off, and what got you into this to begin with.
Like so many of us, I grew up on science fiction and fascinated by strange phenomena, and just started at an early age devouring everything I could find on those topics, exhausting one library, going on to the next, and just got involved right out of high school with MUFON and local support group for experiencers. I'm not an experiencer, but I eventually became the leader of that local MUFON group. Eventually was handed the reins to the experiencer group.
Wow.
Ran those for a while. Organized the best UFO conference ever that we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
Whereby it was going to be the 38th annual National UFO Conference. At that time, the longest running UFO conference in the United States. That was going to be in Austin, Texas, 3 days, 3 nights of speakers, movies and live music at the Alamo Drafthouse before it became a franchise in 2001. And that was in September of 2001. Sadly, it had to be canceled due to the effects of September 11th.
Yeah.
And, but that didn't stop my interest in these subjects, and kept going on, involved in various publishing projects related to the paranormal and UFOs, doing websites since like late 90s, focused on UFOs, the paranormal and the parapolitical, and just kept on rolling with it. And then after I was editor of a local newspaper that really started in the wake of the 9/11, focusing on the paranormal and the parapolitical, I stopped that editing job and began a dream that I'd had in the back of my mind for a long time, which was to found a nonprofit archive and lending library focused on these topics. So that's the origins of the Anomaly Archives. It is a 501c3 nonprofit founded in 2003, and it's been going ever since. It is only recently been online only. It started as a physical library in 2003. And, and it has had a physical home until February 2021. Sadly, due to the ripple effects of the pandemic and the ever-increasing rental market in Austin, Texas, we have not had a physical location since February of 2021, and it's breaking my heart. But we soldier on, and everything's in storage temporarily.
It is incredible the fact that you had a physical location for it to begin with, because trying to find, I had an amazing conversation, like I told you last night at dinner, with Paula Harris about the new archive that is popping up of her work, Jacques Vallée, other people over at Rice University in the Religious Studies Department. I thought it was incredible that the Religious Studies Department was the one that picked that up. And I think it's because it's kind of right now a zeitgeist amongst humanity, you know? So really interesting to kind of tie it into the religious aspect.
Yeah, and I think that's actually the right angle. I mean, everybody thinks, you know, oh, it would be like astronomy or the physical sciences and some stuff to look at the physical evidence. And that would be great, and there are people attempting to get that into the academic world. Yeah, but that March 2022, just earlier this year, that big event, actually it was scheduled for 2020, but because of the pandemic, they delayed it. I was honored to be a speaker on one of the many panels that happened at that conference in Rice. Wow, and you're right, it's amazing. I mean, that is not. Rice is a pretty prestigious university. Yes. But it's not really, I hadn't really thought of it as being associated with the humanities or philosophy or religion, but that is where the sea change is happening. Just as, we've seen the sea change since late 2017 with the revelations about AKA ATIP, OSAP, and all that, and how that's influenced the media's perception and reporting on this subject. There's been this undercurrent in academia, this sea change there, and it's been simmering there in the background for years, and it's largely been going on, as you say, through the religious studies program. I was honored to be an essay contributor to a 2017 book called UFOs Reframing the Debate. And the foreword to that book was written by Diana Pasolka, who is this religious studies professor, I think North Carolina. And she was also instrumental in the creation with Jeff Kripal at Rice University of this new archive of the impossible there. And really, I think, Kripal is the real focal point. He's the man who's made this all happen. And has helped affect that sea change in the archives. And there's other things that are happening literally just in the last few days. That are coming to the fore, specifically about archives. So that's what my talk here is going to be about. Is the importance of preserving those legacies and
absolutely.
And the importance of having physical archives to preserve this information.
Well, and even how to gather evidence, how to take a picture or a video, like there's so many of the issues that I see about videos that you see, pictures that you see, is that we're all walking around with a 4K camera in our pocket, but the tendency is for people to want to zoom in on the object,
and
it's
not
like
give any point of reference. Yeah,
you've got no point of reference for size, distance, anything like that for trigonometry to begin with.
It was moving around.
But number two, once it's zoomed in, now you're moving around.
Yep.
So you're
amplifying your motion.
You've got a 4K camera. You're going to be able to zoom in to all get out once you take the picture. Yeah. So take something that's archivable, that's usable, and even now to see the new methods of research that are out there. We were talking about this at the Bigfoot convention. It would be great with some of that physical evidence that's there, especially with Bigfoot that's now combusted, gone, things like that. Like imagine if you could put that through the testing that we have now and what data you might have been able to draw from it.
Yeah.
So to be able to preserve samples, to be able to, and that's part of what they're doing in, from what I understand, there's a couple of actual material samples going into the archive at Rice University as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they're focusing on like the papers, like the correspondence, the research notes of all these different researchers. It's an amazing. I'm very jealous and but
rightfully so. So am I.
But I'm so glad that it exists.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're but it's interesting too because it also is not just strictly UFO stuff. They've got some of the materials of a actual still living physical medium, and whatever you think about the nature of physical mediumship, this is some of this person's the plaster casts that they make in these kind of seances and stuff, and they've got some of his material. This guy's I think over in England, and the fact that they've got that kind of breadth and Dr. Edwin May, the head of the Stargate remote viewing program, his collection. So you've got this parapsychological data there, and I think it's really that breadth of information that's really ultimately going to help us solve that
absolutely
saucer
and even mystery. To look at it like you were saying, the fact that it's in the religious studies department. I mean, the whole thing that it was announced with the NASA panel a few months ago, talking about how they had hired 12 theologians and not hired, they part of the funding went to a group of theologians to talk about the worldwide impact of what would happen. And if people are like, why are they including them? It's like, if you're going to talk to anybody about a world-changing paradigm that's going to happen, and a paradigm that people have been following, and how this is going to shake the foundations, religion's going to be where that's at.
I think the Rand study of many decades ago was one that pointed to like this is going to have earth-shattering significance.
Absolutely.
I kind of look at it from a different perspective though, and I try not to offend people with this, but my opinion is that all of humanity's religions were caused by manifestations that you might as well consider part of the UFO phenomena, and
paranormal to say the least.
I tend to be a theory of everything kind of guy, and and a lot of people that really just want to focus. Like you've got there's so much right now in ufology that's just focusing on the tech and the sightings as opposed to the contact and close encounters and occupant type stuff.
Yeah,
and but it's the witness. It's the effect on the witnesses, whether it is just a sighting of some ball of light or an object or a craft as perceived, or the more traditional contactee or abductee or old school close encounters of the third kind. That has a real impact on people, and that's why I think of the religious studies angle being the right way, because again, these things affect how we believe, what we believe, and how we interact with the world, and they inform our spiritual beliefs, our beliefs about the nature of reality.
Yeah, ask any experiencer, and I am not a UFO experiencer. I guess I saw a technical UFO. It was something in the sky that I cannot explain. It wasn't lights or anything like that. It was an amorphous black object moving through the sky. Really wild. Don't know what it was. Actual UFO. Flying object that is unidentified. And that's where I take it always, is let's get past the normal before we look at the abnormal. Let's leave nothing but the anomaly to research.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, especially in certain communities, are not. They would prefer to jump to a conclusion first than to approach things from a logical standpoint.
We all want to know.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's like, well, we're all enculturated towards certain expectations, and I think that's the challenge is to weed from chaff and look at the spectrum of interpretation, the spectrum of perceptions, and
precisely, and
try to get at the heart of, well, all these people are having some strange encounter, and they're interpreting it through this lens, and this lens is filled with preconceived ideas based on where you grew up and what you were told.
Movies you've seen, dreams you've had, conversations you've had with people,
and possibly even the landscape itself. I think.
Sure. No, absolutely, because it's. Even in my work that I did in paranormal research, things like that for a little while, it was one of those, we never looked at recordings the night of. I thought I heard something, rewind that, play it back. No, you are in an adrenalized state. You are in a place where maybe you're expecting something to begin with. Don't taint that. You put it away, and 3 days later, you go back and look at it. When you're clean, when you're not in that adrenalized moment, when you've checked out of the paranormal aspect and you're no longer in the mindset of, oh man, I got to see what that was. Like, no. And even better, give that footage to somebody that wasn't there. And be willing to say, like, nope, it wasn't. That's okay. Because you were saying, let a MUFON chapter that 95% of things come out to be something, balloons in the sky. But it's the 5% that's left.
It's the anomalous.
As science, you've got to look at. As a scientist, would you go Superman 3 and go 5% unknown? Okay, I guess
good enough.
I guess it's tar. Put tar in there. And that's how they make the kryptonite. Like, unknown. What's unknown? I don't know. You're just going to leave the anomalous there without researching it.
But that's been the norm.
It
for
has
a long
been
time
the practice
because science can be just as much a religion as religions, and that's why people like Jacques Vallée and others who, literally witnessed astronomers destroying data because it scared them.
Yeah.
Like, this can't be.
I helped pen a book that's used at the university, and that book won't be used at the university anymore. How will we instruct things without that book? Which is funny because I've still got my astronomy textbook from high school, and Pluto ain't a planet on my son's planet chart, but it is in my astronomy book.
Yeah, that's just it.
That's a prime example of how fast science changes. Yes. That is within our lifetime.
Science is intermediatism, meaning it's an intermediate assessment of the best guess at any given time.
Absolutely, and even the last couple of years, amongst all the craziness in the world, and it's science. It's like, well, the funny thing is, science changes.
Yeah, and sometimes from day to day.
The minute you decide science is static, now you've got a problem.
It's a religion.
It's ceased to be science.
Yeah.
Because science is ever evolving.
Yes.
It's always changing.
Yeah. And that's the thing, though, is it is just like everything else in society. It's driven by the masses. And again, if the small percentage of what you're investigating, you can't find an answer for, the masses are just like, well, don't worry about it. And never mind that, it might run into your aircraft and cause a problem.
Yeah. Now, in your years of research, gathering material, what's the most phenomenal thing that you've come across that you've archived, that you've got in your possession? I don't want anybody to come raid you like they did the Area 51 website guy.
This past week, I go back to Austin. Our storage lockers open by the FBI. It's hard for me to point to any one thing. We've got the material. We've got correspondence and personal papers of different UFO researchers, different experiencers, and in some cases we've got MUFON reports from an abductee that was part of a multi-witness site outside Austin of a triangular object. And unfortunately, as much as MUFON's been trying to digitize all their old stuff, that isn't apparently. The last I was able to check in their online database, that report was not in there. And it's things like that that just make me go, see, that's good. That's where there's this need for archival material. Like,
absolutely.
Maybe, hopefully, if that was submitted the way it appears to be in the printed version I have in the archive, that will get scanned and it'll be put in there. But there's just these little pieces of history just scattered around, and I think it's important to try to start gathering this stuff together. It's really hard for me to think of any one thing. It's just like, I don't think of, like, people go, well, what's the best UFO case? And I'm like, well, it's the wealth of so many cases. I'm not a Roswell guy. I'm not a, Rendlesham guy. I'm not they're pointing to any particular case as being outstanding above the rest. But I tend to just personally, I find multiple witness cases the best. And if there's some kind of other documented, instrumented recording of that, whether it be radar or photographs or some other soil samples that they can take, or the effects on the metal of the car, if it was a witness from the vehicle, that kind of multiple source corroboration, those kind of cases are what really fascinate me. And that's not exactly the kind of stuff that we have really in our archive yet. I would love to get some more stuff like that. Mostly it's like I say, personal materials of researchers and experiencers, as well as their personal libraries. So we've got, a lot of the books that they were, reading and informed their perspective on things. So
wow. That's pretty incredible, and even just,
and then there is that crash to breathe. But I didn't mention that.
Lou Elizondo, shout out! Get with him. It's interesting though that you say that you have the actual libraries of numerous people, because to see what they were researching and to see even what avenues they were aligned with and what documents they read, things like that.
Yeah, the biggest and best collection that we have in that regard is the Bob Gerard collection.
Oh wow!
He's not really that well known among the current crowd. Pre-internet, he was very much integral to getting this information around. He was a rare book collector and seller. He published what you call a catazine. It was a catalog for what he was selling, and a zine, and the mimeographed kind of catalog. So it was a catazine, and in it he was infamous for writing these really scathing reviews of the stuff he was trying to sell people. And so he was a no BS kind of guy. And he published his own treatises, his own books on what he thought was going on. One of his more famous ones, or the one that was probably the most distilling of his perspective, was called Future Man. And it was largely informed by the big abductee researchers of the time, David Jacobs and Hopkins and so forth. And I think he tended, like those researchers, to not quite take the same tack that, say, the flip side of that with John Mack and the people who perceived more of a positive effect on these close encounters. Yeah. And he felt. He seemed to be like Jacobs in the sense that there's some big event that was coming, and that it was going to somehow possibly either enslave us all or make us, hybrids and not be human anymore.
Well, I mean, there is the whole conversation to be had about the really mythological topic of Project Bluebeam. And the idea of
a fake staged
the government
invasion.
Using a fake staged alien invasion to basically activate oddly enough, the religious right. Yeah. Once again,
or any religious
group into aligning and moving toward the one world order. It's a wild hypothesis.
Yeah, no, but it's one that I focused on for a long time, and I still find really fascinating because it has a very long lineage. A number of high level people over the years have pointed to it. Even again, my favorite researcher, Jacques Vallée, in his 1979 book Messengers of Deception, was intimating the exact same thing.
Yeah, I've got that book
over on Nick's table. Is that classic fiction book called The Flying Saucer, that's all about this idea of human group faking a crash with fake aliens to unite the planet against a common...
Absolutely. The words of Ronald Reagan, wouldn't we put our differences aside so fast?
And he said that like 3 or 4 times.
Numerous times.
Not just at the United Nations, but also speaking to school children.
Yeah.
And that reminds me of, for the last 10 plus years in the UK, there's been a governmental program where they stage faked alien crashes at these elementary schools, and the idea is it's a creative writing, rational thinking exercise. Sure. They get to learn about how to be a journalist, basically how to perceive.
Sure, they also get great information on how these kids are going to react.
Totally.
It's kind of like the police saying, "No, these fingerprints we're taking of your son are so we can find him if he goes missing." Because you know how they find missing kids is fingerprinting Sears Roebuck. They're going to track me down with my fingerprints. But
it's a fascinating idea, and Valet in '79 was talking about how the engines of disinformation that were operating between the Allies and the UK and the United States had this. There was all about deception, and that there would be possibly this way of doing that. To me, it would be hard, and it should be said that to my knowledge, I've seen no actual evidence for the existence of blue beam. Yeah. However, there are tons of examples of psychological warfare methods that emulate it. Yeah. From the proposed, was it the raising of a sub off of Cuba and painting the second coming of Christ on the clouds to try to trigger some kind of unrest or uprising.
There's lasers that put voices in your head. All kinds of things that are out there, and not just that. Holograms that you can touch and feel now. Holograms that you can hear. So, the world is the oyster now technologically whenever it comes to this. I was even having the conversation with you at dinner last night about the recent unveiling of the documents from Lockheed Martin for a nuclear reactor that fits in an F-16 platform. You want to talk when people are like, "Oh, you want an Alcubierre warp drive? You need a nuclear reactor." There you have it, in a package small enough to fly. Yeah. And if the patent was just released, that means it's been worked on for a long time. Right. Because you got to have a working model. So yeah, the technology is there now for it. And I've held for a long time on the show that, not that I don't think we've had contact, that humanity has had contact. I firmly believe that we have recovered craft and recovered technology. But the only way that we're going to monetize this recovered technology is to reveal the existence of the technology. Yeah. Ultimately, when it comes to contractors and metamaterials and everything, it's got to pay off somewhere.
Yeah. And I think it may not have been, I may not have said this to you last night, but, Stephen Greer is one of these people who, love him or hate him.
Love him. I'm a lover.
There's things about him I like. Anyway, but his big spiel, of course, has been that the reason this isn't being revealed is because it would totally decimate the capitalist world. Basically, that the availability of 0-point energy type technology would destroy the fossil fuel industry and everything that drives the military industrial complex. And I think there's a lot to that. And but what you're suggesting is okay, well, that's why there's this idea of a rollout, a disclosure, and a seeding of this is possible. Yeah. Oh, these changes are coming.
We still need all the fossil fuels to make all the plastic to build an EV car. You still got to have rubber insulation around the wires. Still 185 uses for petroleum.
Can't make hemp.
Doesn't have to be
stuff.
Oh, I guess you could. You weave hemp together in a wire wrap. But even one of the conferences that I used to work annually was it was basically the petroleum industry. It was the entire petroleum industry in one show. This is where you come to find out about olefin production and things like that. And one of the meetings that would happen was all of the CEOs. It was a Chatham House rule meeting. I would be sitting in there, like, no reporters allowed, nothing leaves. But the one thing that I heard was literally all of the heads of these companies, BP, all of them are there. And they're talking about renewable plastics and how they're fantastic. And we'd really love people to start using them like manufacturers, but for some reason they don't want to pay an extra 50 cents per blister pack to use reusable material that we can then take their blister pack and melt it down and remake it.
Yeah.
And like, they're literally trying to convince the manufacturers, please use this.
Yeah.
Please.
Well,
so it's like,
but it's
funny.
money.
It's funny because you think that, like, they'd be like, no, what are you doing? We gotta find a way to keep this renewable plastic out of here. They're trying to push it. The manufacturers are like, we aren't going to spend the extra money for that. We want the cheap packaging.
Yeah.
So it's weird to think of. Even another one that I worked was a huge automotive thing. And there was a guy from MIT that came, this was about 4 years ago, came and gave a big presentation about automated trucking. And the big question from all these execs and everything else was, well, what about the jobs? He's like, do you really think that all these trucking companies would be spending millions of dollars developing automatic trucks if people were coming to be a truck driver? They aren't.
It's hard. It's hard work.
That's why they're investing in the automated trucking.
Yeah.
It's not to take away jobs. It's because nobody's coming to take the job. And guess how you get your toilet paper? The truck. So, yeah, it's one of those, it's a weird thing whenever he's saying, like, it would collapse. Maybe.
Yeah.
But it would also open incredible avenues for other advantageous means.
Yep.
I mean,
that's the thing. That is what technology does. It disrupts and changes. It can change the entire society, but and sometimes it's predictable and sometimes it's not.
Well, and sometimes it's even our last conversation that we were having with Rita Louise, about how it's hard to find a master craftsman now. Try to go out and find like a master woodworker, who can like carve you a wooden Indian. About 70 years ago, you could probably find one pretty quick. Because they had apprentices and they were passing it on, and master marble workers, stone workers, things like that.
They need their own secret society,
and oddly, to pass this knowledge along. But it's funny how quick technology takes that away, and once it's gone, it's literally a lost knowledge. Like, this is within our lifetimes.
I know.
So you wonder how we lost the technology to build the pyramids. All it takes is somebody coming up with a faster way to make a casing stone, and suddenly that 85-day process to carve one is gone.
That's why I think it is entirely possible that there have been civilizations here before us, and that we're just their descendants, and we've lost all that knowledge. I mean, I don't have any firm belief on Atlantis or what I just suggested, but I think it's entirely possible.
Oh, absolutely.
And I mean, just
odds are better than not.
Some of the simplest things, even like with the whole the inability of people now to write cursive. And they can't read cursive.
Yeah, I can't read script.
The implications of something so simple as that is astonishing. And I mean, there's obviously jokes about, driving a stick and things like that.
Imagine the documents that even if digitized, they will never be able to read.
No, and you're hearing about professors who are like, their students are choosing not to do certain types of research or paper writing because it would require them to do that, and they can't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little frightening.
It's a little unnerving
to see society developing these amazing technologies and then people not even knowing how to do the basic thing to support the infrastructure for them.
Even as an archivist, it's an interesting conversation to have. These digital things are great. Like, I love my little tablet. I can write things and turn it into PDF and email it to myself with this thing. It's great. Problem is, in 100 years, you find that tablet or the thumb drive with the data on it, is the means by which to pull it off going to be the same?
Yeah.
As opposed to a written piece of paper that you can turn the page And that dude knows how to read this.
In my day job, we're digitizing old analog tapes and putting them into the digital realm. And, how do you store that digital version? Okay, you put it on a server. Well, I'm not going to get into the details, but because I work for the state, but there's all kinds of challenges. But one of my coworkers in the room next door, different department, but he's got all the toys to digitize every kind of old medium.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a greater and greater challenge. Whether you're trying to go from old U-matic big 3/4 inch tapes or old film. Or even like old wire audio recordings and stuff like. So he gets to try to find all this old equipment, try to get it up to working again, so that they can digitize from it. Then hopefully extend its life. Yeah, no, he's got the greatest job.
But yeah, even archiving that and trying to make it accessible.
Yeah.
You still have to worry about how do we maintain the quality integrity of this recording to begin with, of the cellophane, of literally the rust on this cellophane, so that it doesn't fall off or come off eventually.
Yeah, so we bake our tapes.
Yeah.
We do the old low, slow burn, slow bake. I still wonder who discovered that, because it's just such a strange, how did you accidentally discover that you can, temporarily counteract vinegar syndrome or sticky shed syndrome on analog tape with that technique? It's like, oh, I threw it in the oven.
Threw it in the oven for a few minutes.
I left it in the car and it got really hot.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I want to thank you for the time to come on today during this first annual UFO conference. Let everybody know where they can go to donate, where they can go to keep up with Anomaly Archive, where they can go to contribute.
Sure,
volunteer, anything.
So I'm S Miles Lewis, So smilesLewis.com is my personal website. But the nonprofit 501c3 is technically its long name is Scientific Anomaly Institute /Anomaly Archives. But if you just go to anomalyarchives.org, that's ANOMALY archives.org, that'll get you there. We have a free email newsletter that we try to get out as quickly as regularly as possible. And that's where we have announcements about any upcoming events, live or free or pay or whatever. We are, like I say, a nonprofit, so we do take donations through the typical outlets.
Squares, Venmos, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, need to expand all those, but PayPal is still the easiest.
All right.
But yeah.
Well, that's Miles. I want to thank you so much for your time today.
It's great to meet you and great to be on the show.
Absolutely. I want to have you on again and again and again.
Yeah,
like I said, you were right in my backyard.
Right, we're both in Austin.
And so. I am all about what you're doing over there. So
awesome.
Anything I can do to help, just let me know.
Okay.
While you are online checking out anomalyarchive.org, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find our archive, known as the Knowledge Vault, full of declassified government documents, PDFs of patents, all kinds of fun stuff. Stop on by and check it out. We will be right back after this commercial break with more coverage of the first annual Texas UFOCon here in Jefferson, Texas. We'll be right back after this, folks.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. and use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is truehemscience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm, continuing coverage from the Texas UFO Conference here in Jefferson, Texas, the first annual. Our guest in this segment is the amazing J. Michael Long. He is the creator of Alien Contact, the Pascagoula Encounter, and other documentaries along the lines. Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into this world of UFO, UAP research, and documentary filmmaking.
Okay, in 1973, I was 12 years old, and on October 11th, I saw this huge orange ball come floating over my parents' house. That was the same night that Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker were abducted in Pascagoula. Now, this light was moving from north to south. And it was about a 15-minute encounter of watching this thing. It was huge. It was really big. And it passed by. I remember as it was directly, in front of me, above the trees, making the tops of the trees glow orange because it was huge orange light. I remember thinking you could put my mom's car in that thing twice, and she drove a Galaxy 500 Ford. So it was this big
boat
car.
of a vehicle.
Yeah. So, and then it drifted towards the south. It went towards Pascagoula. And so that was my first UFO encounter. And I've had, on average, a really good sighting about every 2 years since then.
Wow.
So I have multiple sightings that, I can talk about, but you can ask about any one of them. But that was the first thing. And I got fascinated by UFOs. I was 12. I didn't know anything about them, alien abductions, any of that. And I remember when Jeff Bloom's book, Beyond Contact, came out a couple of years or a year or so later, and it covered the Pascagoula incident. And I couldn't find, when it first happened, I couldn't find newspapers or anything that covered it or anything like that. So it was the first time that I got a real look at what really happened down there. And I loved that book. And then from then on, I've been, researching UFOs. I produced documentaries on them. All of my documentaries are on UFOs, ancient aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, things like that.
Wow.
So, and I have 75 to 100 titles out now.
Man.
And a lot of them. But this one that you have there, this covers the Pascagoula story. And I went back to Mississippi, and I met with several of the people who saw the same thing that night that I saw.
Oh, wow.
And then, of course, interviewed Calvin, and his interview is on here. And then we go into a lot of the things that have come up since then, like, the recording that was made by the sheriff. The recording part of it is on here. And all of that, it just goes into what happened. And then all of our sightings also that collaborate with Calvin. And, it really puts it all together, because it wasn't just them. There were a lot of people, and more people are coming forward now. There were a lot of people that saw it that night as well.
Well, and it's interesting because you mentioned the lack of coverage, and now it is the Pascagoula cases literally used as an example of
it is
a textbook multiple person sighting.
Exactly. And their stories never changed over the years. Calvin came out recently and has a book out now. Philip Mantell helped him with the book, and he's finally come forward to say, yes, all of this happened. Here's some additional details. Initially, they said that he passed out and didn't remember anything, but that was something that he wanted the media to know about, because to get that idea, so they'd leave him alone. He was 19 years old, starting his life, just married, and he didn't want to deal with all of this.
Well, and even now, that is a topic that we talk about regularly with people like Kathleen Marden, Sev Tak, who work with the MUFON Experiencer team, things like that, where with the overwhelming reports over the last many years, with disclosure, things like that, ATIP, all those kind of things hitting the media, cases have come forward. More, like you're saying, more people, witnesses of Pascagoula, are coming forward daily. And we've seen this, but for decades, the reticence of people and even the fear of ridicule, things like that. Like one of the guests we've had on quite a few times is Terry Lovelace. And he, of course, has Incident at Devil's Den, things like that. He was at one point an actual U.S. general attorney for American Samoa. So he couldn't come out with his experience while he's Attorney General of American Samoa. You realize how many cases would be asked to be overturned?
Exactly.
If he came out during his career, things like that. So, the fear of ridicule, the fear of losing careers, things like that. And even like you were saying, this gentleman who had the experience was 19 when it happened, saw the fact that it was going to downward spiral if media kept contacting him, and just wanted to be done with it.
Yeah, and when it happened, when I saw that mine on that same night, the orange light, the way that I even found out about the Pascagoula case the following weekend was everyone telling jokes about the two guys in Pascagoula that saw something. He got picked up by Martians, and it was all a huge joke around the area. So I didn't want to tell anybody, I didn't want to be that guy that's being joked about.
Sure.
So I never said anything about mine until much later. My encounter, a sighting that night.
Yeah.
But it was on the exact same night, and it was just before they saw what happened in Pascagoula. So I'm thinking, and I don't know this for sure, but I think maybe I saw it coming in and headed to Pascagoula, or since 73 was such a big year for UFOs, there could have been multiple craft searching around that area.
Yeah.
That finally, they ended up going to Pascagoula and getting those two guys. But from Ellisville, which is where I live, 90 miles from the coast, to people all around the area, they're interviewed in that DVD, all around the area that saw it as well. There was a lady that was at a railroad crossing, stopped at a red light at a railroad crossing. They watched it. Susan Snow is on there, and she was about 2 miles away, and she watched it. And then there's Maria Blair, who was across the river from them. Her husband was about to board a boat to go out fishing, shrimping, and they were waiting for the boat to come in. They saw something in the water, like an alien in the water that was moving through the water on the other side of the river. Her interview is on there, too. So you hear a lot more about what happened with the Pascagoula case by watching that. And a lot of people were involved.
Well, and, getting into that real quick, how do you... We've talked to numerous researchers. We've talked to filmmakers. What is your first step to contacting witnesses when it comes to chronicling something like this, when it comes to even vetting a witness for a documentary?
I cannot remember her last name, but there was a Dr. Ira Scott, I believe is her name, and she worked with Philip Mantell. He's a researcher in the UK.
Yep.
And the two of them have been chronicling this over the years and collecting names of people who have contacted them and said, yeah, I saw something also that night. So working with Philip, when I produced this, I got all that contact information. All of these people. So when I went to Mississippi, I just lined up a trip going from Ellisville all the way down to Pascagoula and interviewing different people. There was a man that was across the river at another shipyard, and his sighting is on there too. He watched it that night. And then he goes into how the next day at the shipyard, the phones was ringing, that people were asking about it, and how they said, we're not gonna say anything. We're just gonna back up and let Charles Hickson do the talking, because they didn't want to throw in, what they had seen. But they saw it too. And a lot of people saw it. At the time, they thought it was just the two guys and nobody saw anything. And they even reported nobody saw anything that night except them, which diminished it. It was like, okay, maybe they just fantasized it, or maybe they just made it up or something.
Sure.
But as time has gone by, multiple witnesses have come out. And you can credit Philip Mantell for putting all of this together. So when I went, I was able to interview a lot of these people and put it in the documentary.
Wow. Now, experiences can be hard to relate. You yourself having your first experience at 12 years old, how did that, like you said, you didn't want to be ridiculed. You didn't really share it with a lot of people, but how did that change you as a person at that age in life?
Well, first of all, it was terrifying. Calvin, or it was Charlie, made a comment once that when the UFO landed and the robot aliens came out, he said it was like stepping on a rattlesnake. He just froze. I know exactly how he felt.
Yeah.
Because when this thing was coming over, 12 years old, I knew nothing about UFOs or alien abductions or whatever. I see this big giant ball of orange light in the sky. I was just riveted there. I was just stuck. I couldn't move.
Yeah.
So the first thing I think was just fear. But then the fear turned into just fascination. It's like, what was that? And then finding out these two guys in Pascagoula got abducted. So I began to become fascinated with the subject of UFOs. 2 years later, a buddy of mine that lived right up the street, we were sitting in his front yard, and he had just bought a pellet gun. And he was pumping up the pellet gun, and we were shooting at different things. And I was talking to him, and I looked over my shoulder, and in the sky was this silver ball that come against the wind because the clouds were moving this way and drifted until it got right above us. And he and I observed that for a good 10 minutes before it finally went up and the clouds passed over it and it was obscured by clouds. And we were just like, wow, you know, what is that? A huge like mirror ball. If you can imagine, kind of like a disco ball, but a flat surface mirrored. And it was just sitting there in the sky and we were staring at it and talking about it and all. And it went up into the sky and above the clouds. That was 2 years later.
Incredible.
Every 2 years, I've had some kind of a strange encounter.
And that is something that we have spoken, like I said, to people like Kathleen Martin, Sev Talk with the MUFON Experiencer team. It has become a regular occurrence almost that people who have experiences have become multiple experiencers. Even the fact of people who have had experiences coming back with, really the only way to put it is almost paranormal powers. Some of them ESP, some of them healing qualities, things like that. But I want to refer back to just a second ago when you said that you were petrified and frozen in fear, because that is something that we have really rabbit holed on with guests over the last many months, is the other side of experience. You know, everybody's like, oh man, I would love to see a UFO. Man, I'd love to see a Sasquatch. It's like, really? Because I don't know, a lot of the books I've read, a lot of the accounts that I've listened to, a lot of the guests that I've had on my show and read their book, they wouldn't recommend it. They wouldn't recommend the experience. Looking back on it 20 years later, they have a different understanding. But in that moment, and for sometimes many years after, that is a petrifying moment. And it can almost be like a point of PTSD for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was terrifying. But to me, I guess I just looked at it logically. To me, it was like, well, if we didn't make it, the Air Force didn't make it, the Chinese didn't make it, the Iranians didn't make it, somebody made it. So to me, that's the way I associate it, is that if we didn't make it, then somebody made it, and that means aliens. Yeah. You know, that means it's extraterrestrial, because it wasn't human made. What I saw, and in 1973, even a drone couldn't do that. You know, we didn't have drones back then. It was huge. I mean, this thing was big. And I don't know if anybody else saw it in Ellisville at that time, but I did. And I wondered about it. And it created that wondrous feeling of what was that? So to me, I guess I got over the fear and I began to look at it logically. You know, it's got to be some kind of alien spacecraft. We didn't make it. They did.
Now, amongst the, like you said, numerous titles to your name, what has been the most remarkable case that you've heard during all of your interviews with people?
That's hard to say. I used to go down to the Gulf Breeze back in the late 80s.
Still a dream location for me to visit.
Yeah, and I used to go down there, and I would sit around with people that we would sit by the river, by the Gulf Coast, and we would watch the skies. There was a UFO conference in Pensacola several years ago in the early 90s, and Stanton Friedman and I stood on the beach looking out over the ocean, and this red light just pops up and flares a couple of times. And I looked at it through binoculars. He didn't. But I looked at it through binoculars and noticed that it was one red light with at 1 o'clock another light. And they were positioned like this, you know, one and 1 o'clock. And it would just flare and come down, flare and come back, flare and shrink down until finally it just went off. And I turned to Stanton and I'm like, what do you think? He goes, it's a light in the sky at night. It could be anything. Yeah. You know, he looked at everything from a very scientific point of view, and he didn't try to say, oh, well, that's aliens. Yeah. You know, he just said, it's a light in the sky. Could be anything. Yeah. So we both just sort of marked it up as weird thing to see, and that was it. Yeah.
And even the experiences I have had with that I've actively tell people all the time, I've seen something, but literally it is a UFO. Like, it wasn't a light in the sky. It wasn't anything. It was an amorphous black thing in the sky at night.
So you can't say they're alien.
I don't know. I don't know what
exactly.
it is, but it was definitely something that, to my realm of knowledge, I'm an airline and airplane freak, things like that. I love aircraft. Nothing that I knew of at the time.
Right.
Whatever it was, I don't know. And I think
it's like the joke. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Yeah, it's like,
and
you're left with one conclusion. If we didn't make it, who did?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and at least the fact of we now have a 5% anomaly. We were talking earlier with S. Michael Lewis about the fact of, so science is just going to leave the 5%? We're just going to leave it as unknown? I really don't think so.
No, you need to delve into it.
You're going to delve into it. And we've finally gotten to a point now where, despite all the hubbub, despite shows, anything like that, we are finally getting to a point of science studying it.
Yes.
And at least a discussion has been open.
Or at least acknowledging.
Exactly.
Yes.
At least acknowledging that, yep, there's an aberration. There's something going on. Don't know what it is, but we need to look into it. And I've held the entire time through all the disclosure over the last many years since December 17th, 2017, with Lou Elizondo going on CNN. Probably what we are looking at in those videos is more than likely our technology being A-B'd against our own technology.
Could be.
More than likely.
It could be.
I mean, a few of the cases, like the Air Force people coming onto a Navy carrier and taking data tapes, like, that normally wouldn't happen. So more than
the one thing about that, though, was the speed it was traveling at.
Well,
it's like, do we actually have drones that can move that fast?
Well, we definitely have laser pods that can send out an infrared projection that can move that fast.
Yeah.
The size, I've got the patents on my website. Like, so, it fits onto an F-18 Hornet.
What you're saying is that it's one department testing another department to see if, hey, can you figure out what this is? Or can we sneak into your military arena, fly around a little bit, scare you some, and fly off and see what kind of effect it has?
Yeah, like we know the capabilities of the Navy's passive radar is a known quantitative. So before you get it out into enemy territory or somewhere else, is the topic I broached with a security guy that comes on my show a few weeks ago is, do you think when they got the funding for Have Blue and they won the contract that they didn't have a way to track the stealth bomber?
Yeah.
Do you think that we didn't have a way to see it?
Exactly.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Because as soon as you come out with the technology, you come out with a way to, the anti-technology, if you will, so that you can watch it yourself.
And the only way you can do that is to test it against your own technology.
Absolutely.
You know, so a lot of it seems kind of like red team, blue team to me. And it kind of adds up that way.
But, even if that's what it is, it opened up the consciousness.
Exactly.
It opened up the consciousness of people to start thinking about UFOs again.
Well, and I've said the one amazing thing that our lawmakers have done over the last many years is that the people in charge of that money went ears up and went, say what?
Yeah.
What happened without our knowledge?
Yeah,
I think we need a congressional hearing on what just happened without our knowledge.
Let's look and see where these millions of dollars went.
And it was great to see the fact that during that, a lot of the questions that came out were posed by MUFON. They were brought about by MUFON and MUFON investigation, that kind of stuff. That was awesome. But it was interesting at the same time to see a lot of the reactions like, well, what about the reports that there are possible objects underwater? Oh, well, we'll discuss that in our closed door meeting after this.
Right. Well, and that's another thing.
The answer like 5 times during that hearing.
That's another thing that came out with all of this is that we've been looking at the Air Force. Air Force. What are you doing? What are you doing with UFOs? Wait a minute. It's the Navy. It's not the Air Force at all. It's the Navy. Oh, well, gee, let's go talk to them.
Well, and even in the last, literally within the last 2 weeks, Lockheed Martin has released a PDF of their patent for a nuclear reactor that fits inside of an F-16 platform. So it's a nuclear reactor that's the size of this table.
That can
so when you're
fly
talking
up.
about like, well, if that's our technology, it'd take a nuclear reactor to do that. Well, guess what they have?
A nuclear reactor.
A nuclear reactor that can fit into something that size.
Exactly.
And if they just release,
and how long have they had
if they just released the patent, guess how long it's been being worked on?
At least 15 years. Yeah.
Exactly.
At least 15 years they've probably been flying something that had that in it.
Yeah, like I remember being in high school and we took down Manuel Noriega, and that was the announcement of the F-117. Look at this amazing new thing that snuck in past radar that they never saw. That thing was flying over our head for 20 years.
Exactly.
Before it was announced on CNN with Manuel Noriega's raid.
And we didn't see a lot of them until Desert Storm.
Yeah.
You know, and then there they are.
Precisely.
They're just like, oh, yeah, we have these things.
Here's fleets of them.
Yeah. We don't have one or two. We got like 20 of them.
We have enough that they're running in every single sortie.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So what you know is what you don't know yet, you know.
Yeah, precisely. And granted, you know, even the idea of the laughable, really, idea of a president being of knowledge. Like, I think people overestimate what the president's actively read in on. Not that he hadn't read in on threats daily, folks, don't get me wrong. But when it comes to the infrastructure and the cog of these things, he is definitely considered a temporary need-to-know employee.
Exactly. And he's a player in the whole thing, but he's not the most important player.
No.
And you have like one department of the government doing something like this, and a department right next to him has no clue they're working on it.
Well, a prime example, once again, the people who are in charge of the money for such programs were like, how'd you even get the money for this program? Because you never came to us.
Right. Yeah. Well, we have a budget. We don't tell anybody about it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Lou Elizondo is a dream interview. I'd love to talk to the man. But there are a couple questions where it's like, wait a minute. When you released those videos to CNN, they were interdepartmentally declassified. They weren't declassified for media release. So how did you keep your security clearances? How did you also manage to pick up a new contract with To the Stars Academy with the government for researching metamaterials after breaking your clearances?
Who exactly are you working for?
That's another reason why I think a lot of it is red team, blue team, because that to me reads out as a good boy disseminating information, you know, and doing what his job is to begin with.
Exactly.
Sure, researching these things, everything else, but also disseminating the information in the way that we need so that the end result is the way we need it.
And also remember that those videos were shot in 2004. That was what? 15 years ago, 16, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
So what do they have now? You know? 15, 18 years later, and this was something really kind of innovative at that time.
And once again, the laser pod system, everything else announced in the last year and a half, 2 years. Once again, PDFs released, but how long were they opping it and testing it and everything else out in the field?
I believe that by the time we hear about it, it's at least 15 years old.
Absolutely. Same thing with any computer you go out and buy. The Pentagon's been using that thing for the last 10 years.
We wouldn't have found out about the U-2 if the guy hadn't got shot down. You know?
Yep. Absolutely.
And that was a stratosphere flying aircraft, you know?
Yeah.
And
utter luck shot.
Exactly. And the stealth bomber that from the front looks like a saucer, you know, and then from the side, well, it's a triangle type thing, you know? And they had been flying
looks
those
like a cigar-shaped craft on profile.
And they've been flying those for years before it came out that we have those.
Yeah.
Yeah, we fly them all the time.
Yeah, and even the fact of, like you said, the videos being taken in 2004, the laser pods just came out, and oddly enough, those are, or the information on them did, oddly enough, those are made to fit on an F-18 and made as a form of infrared chaff to project another craft somewhere else. So funny how every single video we've seen is all from a forward-looking infrared pod from an F-18.
Right. But one thing that I'm curious about is the further back you go, how old is this? If it is our technology, how old is in 1973 when I was 12 years old?
Yeah.
Did they have a giant orange glowing craft? And, you know, could they have done? But if you go back to the 50s and some of the photos that were taken back then, did they have this technology then? And we're just now beginning to kind of get a glimpse of it. Or is it extraterrestrial?
Yeah.
So we don't know.
Absolutely. And there is still a huge leap of technology and known quantitative that we as the public need to figure out and also understand the fact of, despite any hypothesis or theory, looking at the science that is actively available out there. Like within the last 2 years, scientists have literally created matter from light.
Yeah.
Like from lasers. That's 3 steps away from replicator, give me a cappuccino.
Exactly. And we've teleported atoms,
Yeah.
Or transported
Repeated.
Yeah.
And we just literally transmitted at one time the entire bandwidth of the internet.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard about that.
Picobits. That's within the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
In one shot in a file transfer, they transferred the entire bandwidth of the internet. So,
wow.
Just to think of the bandwidth of the internet, and they were able to do that in one time.
Transmitted it to who?
Within a lab, from lab to lab.
So I wonder, if you could take the entire internet and beam it out to a deep space.
We've been doing that.
If somebody could hear it.
The internet gets around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah.
That's a topic that I broached on my show numerous times. Imagine the prime example is the movie Flight of the Navigator. If you remember that, where the kid gets into the alien spacecraft and the aliens are all addicted to commercials.
Wow, yeah.
And stuff like that, because that's what they've been receiving from us. Now imagine being an alien civilization headed to point X and you're receiving all this with zero context.
Exactly.
You're receiving all of the news. You're receiving Lucille Ball. Imagine what
Who are these people?
Who are these crazy people?
I know. And they seem to like bombing each other a lot.
With zero context. No background of the politics of what's going on or what caused this or anything. Just boop, there it is. Imagine what you would think. And we have a tendency when it comes to aliens.
I tend to think that on the outer edge of our solar system, there's this little probe drifting around our solar system, emitting headhunters, beware, headhunters, beware, get out of here.
Yeah. Well, and even the fact of, Stephen Hawking spoke about it regularly, we should probably stop sending things out with our location and our genetic code and things like that, because we have a tendency as humans to anthropomorphize, when I was in psychology class watching the gorillas at the DFW Zoo, I remember my professor being like, Chris, you're anthropomorphizing. You can't say why the ape is doing that. You just record that the ape did it. You can't be like, well, I think he's trying to use this rock as a tool. No, he's banging a rock against a log.
Yeah.
Record the fact that at 11:30 he banged a rock against a log. Don't take it further, because that's not science.
Right.
You are assuming what his motivations are. And we tend to assume this, that hey, if we could, the day we could travel amongst the stars and do this, we would be a united and enlightened people, right?
Yeah, and the aliens may not be either.
Maybe not.
Exactly.
They may not be, we assume that because that's what we would want.
Well, we base everything on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do this, therefore they must do that.
Yeah.
No, they may not think anything like us. They didn't grow up in our societies.
Yeah.
They didn't even grow up on Earth. I mean, they didn't grow up in anything. It's kind of like there's a tribe out there that cannot stand for you to watch them eat. But if they defecate, they don't care.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, no thanks.
Whatever. Yeah.
Our society's flipped. We can't stand that, but if you eat, that's no big. We all get together and eat.
Even when you look at the cases of the Islanders in World War II, the Pacific Islanders who had never seen an airplane, and suddenly these dudes start making airplane drops and coming and picking stuff up, and suddenly their beach is a way station. And then when the pilots come back, there's a wooden airplane on the beach because these dudes don't know what it is, but this thing just flew in and a guy got out of it. What the is that?
And it created cargo cults.
Yeah, precisely. And that is so close to us.
Well, are we doing that
in our time?
Are we doing that?
Exactly.
Are we as UFO enthusiasts here at a UFOCon? Are we looking at them and going, "Oh my God, they're so great, they're so wonderful, they're so terrific. Let's effigize them, you know? Let's make effigies of them and let's sell them and let's give talks and all about it." When they may be out there going like, "We're really not that. We're really not all that."
Wow, I guess they never met Steve, did they?
Yeah, really.
Because Steve's really not like that.
He's really strange, and he's an okay guy, but
yeah, precisely. Yeah. And it's beautiful that the conversation has been open because now that the conversation is open, like we were saying earlier, just to loop it back, more people are coming out with accounts. Even more people from stuff like Pascagoula are coming out with their story. And the more shared experience we have,
right,
the better information we can get. Yes, don't get me wrong, folks. Believe me, eyewitness testimony doesn't stand up in a court of law. However, when you're talking about shared experience, shared witnessship, there will always be some commonalities, and that's what we have to look at amongst these anomalies is the commonalities of the stories.
If there is
especially unrelated people who weren't, like you said, you saw this thing in one place, they saw it in another. The descriptions are the same of the experience. And
do you think disclosure will come from the government, or will it come from the aliens, or will it just be an acceptance by people generally in time when enough information's out there that we just go, okay, well, aliens are real? Where do you think it's going to come from?
I think, unfortunately, it's going to take a mass announcement.
Yeah,
I think that's the only way it will be accepted.
By who?
It will more than likely be a world leader, either the UN, which that was something I bring up regularly. Is don't forget we have an intergalactic representative to the UN now.
We do.
That came out in 2012.
Right.
It was at the time it was a nice lady from South Korea. I don't know who it is now, but that was the first real okay, wow. Well,
it's the first time we have somebody that represents Earth.
Yeah.
Not America, not Russia.
Not a nationality, not a
Earth.
National interest.
Yes. And that's important to have.
Yeah. And we talk with our good friend Keith Sealand will be coming on the show. He's the author of the Humaniverse series. And he's coming out with a new book coming on the show in our first anniversary episode in a few weeks. And that's his whole concept is, are we ready to talk to them on their terms?
Right.
Are we ready for that?
Are we ready to accept them being different?
And will they accept us?
Exactly. We have problems accepting each other, much less accepting an extraterrestrial
the dude that lives across the friggin' street right now.
Yeah, the gay guy down the road. We can't deal with that. People can't deal with it. And how are you going to deal with an extraterrestrial race that are going to have habits and natural ways that they think that to us is oh my God,
it's going to be a real hard conversation when it happens.
Exactly.
Because
are we ready?
We're living on all parts of the spectrum in such an extreme.
Yes.
That finding that middle ground is going to be tough. And
we need to find it fast.
And when the extreme happens, extreme is the reaction. And this is going to be something extreme. And there's a reason why NASA, in their recent study, gave money to 12 theologians and brought them aboard. Because when you're talking about something that is paradigm changing, like the Catholic Church came out in 2012 and said there's nothing in ufology or aliens or anything like that goes against church teaching or faith, anything. One has nothing to do with the other. Now
they're kind of openly going, yeah, we think there are aliens.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's just it. Like when you're talking about a world-changing topic, you really do have to get down to the epistemology of how people think. And the phenomenology of how people believe.
How's your average person going to deal with it?
How those beliefs change and what happens to that person when they change.
Exactly.
Because it can be a world rocker, man. It can be a world rocker.
But for people like you and I who have had some kind of, UFO experience or whatever, we're like, yeah, okay, knew it. Kind of knew it all along anyway. No big deal. Yeah. But your average person who's never seen anything, who's never really even looked at the subject,
80%.
They're going to freak out. They're going to freak out.
And when it happens, how are we going to handle that? How are police going to handle that? How's the military going to handle that? How's, and that's kind of exactly what the Brookings report from like 1952 said was, cool, we've got Sputnik and we're up in space. So the implications of this, and if we make contact with something, maybe we shouldn't tell people.
So you think maybe they're spoon-feeding it to us now?
Oh, absolutely.
A little bit at a time?
I think it has been a slow and steady process.
Here's your Gerbers. Take a little bit. Yeah, we'll discover some amoeba on Mars.
It's litmus tests.
Yes.
It's dipping toes, testing the water. How does this metric out? What are the optics of it? How are people receiving it?
See, that's what I think, is that they'll spoon-feed you something. They're going to wait 5 years and see how the reaction to that was. Okay, they accepted that they found a rock on Mars that has what looks like a worm on it.
Pew polls have changed now, so we're looking at a 40% instead of a 30%.
The analytics are different, so now let's spoon-feed them something else.
Yeah. And as we got into earlier with Smiles Lewis, don't even bring up the topic of things like Project Bluebeam and the possibilities of that and those means of control, because that gets frightening real quick.
That's another thing. I think
the technology's there. Like we now have holograms that you can shake the hand of and you can feel that hand. You can hear the hologram speaking to you. Like, it's getting a little disturbing technology-wise for stuff like that.
But I think also it has a lot to do with control.
Oh, yeah.
They want to control. They want to spoon-feed it and then see, how do we control this? How do we make people move left instead of right, by using this?
You can spin the story all day long, but how do we control the result of the spin?
How do we control the people?
How do we control where the ball lands when it's done spinning?
Right. And so you just throw a UFO out there, land into it, CNN running in, and do this big thing. There's no control over that.
Yeah.
They want
how do you make sure everybody's tuned in, period?
Right. Yeah. How many people don't watch CNN, so they're not going to see it?
Get people willing to watch CNN.
You got to get all the networks out there, coordinate all the networks, and then control what is being said. You got to make sure
Sinclair Media tells all of them to be there.
Exactly. Yeah, because they control everything.
They control all of them, red and blue.
All of it, right there. Yeah,
and that's really the truth of it. Is to see where that happens and where that comes in. And I want to thank you for your time today. It's been more than a pleasure. Let everybody know where they can get their copies of Alien Contact, the Pascagoula Encounter, where they can go to get all your titles.
Also on Tubi.
Ooh, fantastic.
A lot of my documentaries are on Tubi, and they're on YouTube as well.
All right.
If you want a DVD, go to realityentertainment.com. You can get a DVD directly from there.
I want to have you on again and again. This has been more than a great conversation. I've been here behind your table watching people come by, talk with you. I've been fly on the walling the conversations and thoroughly enjoyed our time together today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. While you are online checking out all the amazing work of J. Michael Long, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can come, like, subscribe, where you can tune in live every week, where you can find our knowledge vault full of archived documents like the PDFs of the warp drive from Alcubierre White, all that kind of good stuff. Until next time, everybody, we will be right back after commercial with more coverage of the first annual Texas UFO Convention coming to you from Jefferson, Texas. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the first annual Texas UFOCon here in Jefferson, Texas. I am more than pleased to be joined by the amazing researcher, Nick Redfern. His new book, How Anti-Gravity Built the Pyramids, is out. I have a copy of it. Great research. I've always loved your research, Nick. Welcome to the show for your first time. More than happy that you were able to take the time at this event and pull away from your table.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll be happy to do it. It's getting the word out, and speaking to people and sort of connecting with other people. I think that's the way to do it, and look for answers, for what we're all trying to do.
Oh, most definitely. There's something to actively having the time to sit down and have the common conversation with people and really see where they're coming from with their experience and their belief in something. I have always appreciated your research because your research covers a breadth of topics. You are not narrowed to just one thing like a lot of researchers.
Well, yeah. I mean, the only thing that really doesn't really grab me is ghosts.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm just not really interested.
Did you grow up in a haunted house and you're just done with them?
No. I guess that could have been the reason, but no. It's just not my thing, Yeah. But sort of UFOs, cryptozoology, some conspiracies. I'm not really in like political conspiracies, but more sort of sinister kind of situations.
Yeah, you did an amazing book on Marilyn Monroe and her death. Some great stuff on JFK assassination, things like that. Of course, I want to have you on a whole episode sometime about your research into the Men in Black and those cases.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'm someone who has a lot of interests in a lot of things. And for me, I sort of, hopefully, I sort of take an approach of I would take it like, the angle, if you like, of a journalistic situation. Yeah. I mean, I would write and investigate something along the lines of Roswell or Bigfoot in the same way that anybody that's, say, at CNN would, take a story on the news.
Yeah.
And I try to do it that way, where we're doing something and we're looking at it from a news situation. And I think that's the best way to do it, is, go out, investigate, track down people, get them to talk.
well, and especially whenever it comes to a lot of the topics that you cover, it's very important to approach it that way, because otherwise you get caught in the rabbit holes way too easily.
Yeah, and you've got to keep digging and digging and digging, and you're not going to get the answers by somebody says go away and. Oh, okay, I'll go away. Yeah. No, that's not the way to do it. You've got to keep knocking, and knocking again. Yeah. And for me, I've always found that if you're looking into like some particularly, some kind of conspiratorial situation, the more you start to dig, the threads start to come together. And I've always found that you keep pushing, you will start to get the answers. You might not get them all.
You may not even get the answers you like.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
But they're answers, and you need to follow that, even as an investigator and a reporter, like you're saying. Yeah,
and I think for me as well, I think the most important thing is that not to go down the path of like the X-Files. I want to believe. Yeah. None of us really should be, just regardless of whether you want to believe or not. The fact is, we shouldn't go down that path.
Yeah, exactly. Because at that point, you're really not dispassionately looking at evidence. You're looking at it with a lean to begin with.
Yes. Yeah. I think there's a lot of things I like to investigate, like things like the Men in Black. And cryptozoology and things like this, and and again with those subjects, I always sort of take that same approach. Always, if we're going to look for Bigfoot or something like that, go out into the woods, go out for like 2 weeks or whatever in an area where something was going down, and that's the best thing to do. I mean, it's okay just sitting watching on TV about it. That's fine. But if you really want to find things, something really strong and amazing, you got to get out there, and that applies to everything, really.
Well, and we had a great conversation at the Texas Bigfoot Conference right here in this room with Shelley Covington, Montana, talking about just that, about the fact of learning to gather evidence, learning to, take the work that you're doing out in the field seriously, and to be willing to not even be the one to look at your own evidence. To be willing to turn it over to somebody and say, my job's done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right. And for me, I go after one thing, and if I've gone as far as I can, or, I'll put something on limbo and hope some more material comes through, or somebody's grandfather comes through and says, hey, I remember that old guy, Joe or whatever, who has had something to say.
Yeah.
And that's the way to do it.
We are quite literally living in the age of the deathbed confession right now. Yeah. Like so many people from the age of Roswell, things like that, are starting to come forth with their stories as they are getting older. And it's been really interesting to see the conversation open up with people and with the stories starting to be shared out there now.
Yeah. Well, if you think about Roswell, we all know something weird and strange
Something happened.
Something happened. Yeah, something did. But the problem is, if you think a bit about it now, it was 1947. That's so far away now. There's hardly anybody really left. And those who are in their 90s.
Well, and at that point, what a lot of people don't realize is at that point, we were still living in the age of the newsreel. The government was still very intricately tied with the news. That was still a national declaration at the time and fully funded by the government. You think it would have been more independent reporting at the time, but actually they had a lot more control and lockdown. Than we give them credit for during times like that. And there was also a lot more national trust in the government, just of the fact of, but they're doing the right thing. They just stopped the Nazis. What are we going to do? Tell them that they're doing a bad thing? But are we going to not trust them now?
Yeah. But I think the big problem with some of these cases, like Roswell, is not only, it's getting further and further back in time, but there's less and less people still alive, that they're really dropping off now.
Yeah.
And there's one thing that I think a lot of people often don't know or don't think about is the angle of maybe now the governments of today, they don't know what happened back in 47. You think about it.
Oh, it was so compartmentalized at the time, period. Now even trying to find something about it, good luck.
Yeah.
Because those that were involved with the compartmentalization are gone.
Yeah, exactly. You think about it, that 49, something weird happens, 1947, New Mexico, in the desert, and now we're in 2022, and what do you do? And if the government was so intent on hiding everything about Roswell, worst scenario is that the documentation no longer exists. Think about it. The government might not even need the documentation now. And so to prevent any big issues happening, let's just burn it. And no one will know.
It just goes into a mass burn bag along with, along with all the materials they burned at Area 51.
Well, what I kind of sort of parallel it with, we're kind of like the saga of Jack the Ripper. There's all different theories, nobody who it is, or who it was, and we probably never will. And then the story is just going to roll on. And the same with Roswell.
Well, and now granted, using that as a prime example, that is a great example of a case where things have been archived. They've been properly archived for almost 100-something years now. But even I want to say it was kerchief that one of the victims was wearing was just recently put through genetic testing, all that kind of stuff. So the fact that we can now leverage new technology against old evidence, new document scanning techniques, things like that to verify whether or not they're real or not, all kinds of things. We have a whole new panoply of technology to be able to examine older evidence with. And that's really a fantastic thing. Now, you yourself, you're here giving a presentation today on Rendlesham Forest. Yeah. And which is another one, much like Roswell, which has really gone into infamy over the last 15 years, like truly.
You're not wrong there.
Yeah. Let's start talking about a couple of the interesting things about that case.
Well, one of the problems with Rendlesham is the same with Roswell, namely that there are so many different scenarios or theories. And it when there's sort of 6 or 7 scenarios, I mean, if you look at Rendlesham, you've got the case of like a UFO landed in the woods in December 1980. But Jim Penniston, one of the key figures in the story, he said, no, they're not aliens. They're time travelers from the future, and our world's, just destroyed now. So they come back to our time to, take away DNA and things like this to try and reboot what's left of the human race. And you've got other people who thought in the early days of the Rendlesham case, some people wondered if it was like an early stealth plane, something like that, and just crashed in the woods. And so when you've got so many different theories and scenarios, it can get really difficult and complicating. And I think sometimes it would not surprise me if sort of government people, work in like the fields of like psychological warfare, they would deliberately insert fake stories.
Sure.
So after about a year or two, everybody's head spinning. He thinks it's this. She says that kind of thing. And I really do think that happens, and it is done to prevent any of us really getting a good, solid story. What we've got is multiple sort of half and half type stories.
Well, and especially whenever you're talking about military bases, testing, things like that. Like, they absolutely put that disinformation out there to utterly discredit things and make people go like, oh, well, okay, loony bird, when they're actively testing very advanced things that you can either spend a bunch of money and try to figure out a neuralizer, or you can just put a fake story in a newspaper and
that's right.
let the 80% take over of, well, no, this is what happened, while the other 20 are like, but this thing, really, really interesting. What was it that first spawned you into the world of this research, Nick?
Well, the reason why I got into all of this is actually quite simple, but it's always kind of amazing as well. My dad was in the British Royal Air Force. He was a radar mechanic, not a radar guy who, guides the screens and everything. If there's any problems in the radar systems, my dad would go out and fix the equipment. And this was in 1952. And he was partaking in a huge operation, a NATO operation, and over the North Sea. And the story, what happened, as my dad told it to me, that one night they were checking the radar screens, and they saw these high-flying, whatever they were. You just get the bleep. You've just got the blip on the screen. And my dad said there were these things coming across the North Sea at incredible speeds and then literally stopping like that. As if it hit like a concrete wall, which, of course, no airplane can do that. You'd just be smashed in the plane, And now this went on for 3 nights, all these super fast craft, whatever they were, And at the end of the 3 days of this operation, and which was called May Embrace, and after these 3 nights were over of these the operations and seeing if the Russians could beat us or not, that kind of thing, and after the 3rd night, everybody was taken into a room and said, you won't talk about this. You won't say anything about all these sort of, bizarre things that were appearing on the screens. And my dad didn't say anything about it until I was about 8 or 9, no, about 10 or 11, something like that. And when he told me that, not just because it was my own dad, but also because, he was somebody who was worked in the military on radar. And so when he told me that, it really sort of opened my eyes. And I thought about, wow, I'm going to look into this more. It's not just, some sort of invisible person. This is my dad.
My exactly.
Own dad.
It's not a faceless person in a news article.
Yeah. And I also had an interest, I loved reading books as well. And so it kind of, the two kind of things came together, the interest in things like mysteries and UFOs, and then it blended in with my love of reading. And that's how it really happened in a weird way.
So, very organically.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, through your years of research, what would you say has been, I guess, the most explosive and pot-stirring topic that you have covered?
Oh, wow.
Because I mean, I'll be honest, you were probably one of the first interviews that I ever heard on Coast to Coast way back in the day. Like, I'm talking late 90s. And it just riveted me to hear you talk on the show regularly about the topics that you talked about. And once again, a panoply of topics.
Well, yeah. I mean, one of my sort of favorite kind of subjects, which is filled with intrigue, is like the Men in Black mystery. When you think of the Men in Black, a lot of people think of, Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah.
That's what everybody thinks. But the MIB movies were actually based on encounters with the MIB, which began in the early 1950s. And this began when a guy named Albert Bender, an early UFO researcher who lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut, 1952, and he was doing all this UFO research. And one night, he had a knock on the door, and there was like 2 guys, black suits, fedora hats, told him, you want to talk about this. But then something really weird happened after that another pair of Men in Black came along as well, but these were nothing like the government type MIB. They looked like sort of like vampires. They were like sort of like shrunken and pale, bulging eyes, and they didn't even look human. And he said that he saw these creatures. It's the only way I can describe them. He saw them literally go through the walls of his attic, of Bender's attic room.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and so the original story of the Men in Black is very much like an Edgar Allan Poe mystery story, paranormal story. It was nothing to begin with. It was nothing to do with the government, really.
Yeah. And I was going to say a lot of the stories surrounding the Men in Black have a definite paranormal twist to them. And even the people's sensations that they feel, and almost a psychic type communication with them.
Yeah, I mean, in those early eras of ufology, a lot of people had this angle of there being an extraterrestrial angle, but tied in with a paranormal side as well. That you can find that in a lot of the very early the way ufology began. And I mean, there's so many things along those lines. You've got the the women in black, a lot of women. I did an entire book called Women in Black because there's so many stories as well where, people have seen a UFO and a woman in black comes to the door.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of those cases.
Wow.
And they look all pale and shrunken and bulging eyes.
Yeah.
And you're like, is that actually a person or not?
Yeah. Now, with Men in Black, paranormal, in your realm of career and research, here recently, the gentleman who runs, I guess it was dreamland.org, was just raided by the FBI.
What?
Not even joking. Apparently, possibly for a picture of somebody. The guy has a website. He's got a lot of YouTube stuff. Got a lot of, like my website, a lot of PDFs, things like that. And yeah, he was literally just raided by the FBI and I forget who else. I think it may have been like the equivalent of the new OSS, like but they just came in and took a bunch of his archives and documents and things like that. Have you ever, in your realm of research, especially with verging on a lot of the topics that you do that are very sensitive, deal with a lot of government entity, so to speak? Have you ever had any kind of threat like that? Anything that you can speak about anyway? Frequently, it will be the fact of you better not tell anybody about this.
Well, I mean, I get those kinds of questions asked, but I can honestly say that nobody's knocked on the door and said, Nick, you won't do this anymore.
You've never gotten the finger wag?
No,
okay.
No.
All right.
I mean, a lot of people have. Now, what I have had is strange situations like weird phone calls, which related or came along after I'd finished doing some work. I'll give you an example. The Marilyn Monroe book. When I was writing that, there was one late night phone call, probably it was in the early hours. It was sort of 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that. And I picked the phone up, because you worry, it's early hours in the morning. Yeah. So I picked the phone up, and at first, all I could hear was like, whatever, like just static. I thought it was static. What it actually was, the JFK, happy birthday, Marilyn Monroe, Mr. President. Yeah. Somebody was playing that down the phone. Yeah.
Wow.
And that wasn't sort of...
That could be a little unnerving.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that was meant to be an unnerving kind of situation of like, wow, Nick, to make me think, well, I'm writing this book, and then suddenly, in the early hours of the morning, you get like something directly connected to Marilyn. And I totally think
would have had to be somebody pretty close to what you were investigating or knowing what you're busy writing a book about.
Well, yes, and that's happened several times. That's probably happened 5 or 6 times where I've had a weird phone call, and it's clear that the voice or the words were relevant to what I was doing at that time. And very often I hadn't told anybody else, because usually when I'm writing my books, I don't really say which books I'm writing, and my books pop up. Yeah. Everything's finished. But these people, this has happened several times, and my agent Lisa, my literary agent Lisa, she's had the same thing.
Wow.
With voices and things like that. And again, I think this is totally to sort of get people sort of shaking and worrying, and I've got to walk away from this, otherwise the government's coming. Sure. But my luck is that this is a job, but it's a passion, and you can't just stop. Yeah, in the middle, you've got to keep going. And
you amongst a lot of researchers, and especially in what you research, are more than public about your work. You are out there. You're on numerous shows about it. Regular guests on quite a few when it comes to some topics. So it's not like you would be a stranger to the radar, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I think what's happened mainly with me is that it's to sort of give me some sort of, get me worried. I think it's more along the lines of, like a psychological thing, just play with my mind. But nobody's actually knocked on the door and said, hey.
You haven't gotten the visit. Nobody's like coming up to you while you're pumping gas. So we need to have a talk real quick.
It hasn't happened yet.
Note the word yet.
Yes.
With that in mind, what advice do you give somebody that is looking to go down the road of researcher?
You mean in UFOs?
UFOs.
Okay.
Paranormal, anything in the weird and strange, I guess, side bin.
Yeah.
The scrap bin that everything just tends to one-off get thrown into,
Yeah. Well, what I would say is that there are two sides of ufology. One is the real phenomenon, and then you've got sort of government intelligence, psychological warfare, where they change things around and create stories and lies and things like this. And that's done so that we don't know what the big story is, or even what half of the story is.
Yeah.
And that's done in a very clever way. And so, in other words, I would tell people, just because you hear a great story, don't just accept it as it is. If you're the one of the first people who did this, and you're the one who found it, that's great. But also think about the story from the perspective, why did this person give it to you? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so, do they want you to sort of like fall into the well kind of thing? So I would say that anybody who's into the UFO subject understand that there is a real phenomenon, but there also are multiple agencies that want to change the stories just to screw with your mind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, one of the things I point out on the show regularly is, don't forget, our 2 presidents ago on his way out of office, they funded the Department of Anti-Propaganda. Remove the anti-propaganda, and you've pretty much got the title of the. I'm pretty sure whether it's anti-propaganda or not, it's still propaganda. So we have a public propaganda office, folks. We are actively funding that right now. And we need to remember that. We need to remember that when things are disseminated through media. When things come out, we just got done having the conversation. I have it on the show regularly. The revelations since 2017 and ATIP and everything else have utterly changed the conversation, and that's a great thing.
Oh, yeah.
But we still need to question what came out in 2017 and why it came out and why the gentleman who brought it out still has security clearances.
Well,
things like that. We need to question those things, and we need to be willing to question, not just accept it all prima facie.
Yeah, you're right, because you're right. Everything changed after sort of like 2017, and we're in a position where now ufology. Or UAP, whichever you want to call it.
Well, and that's the other thing is people were literally putting out FOIA requests. We don't investigate that. No, they don't, because they changed the designation. So literally the government is not lying to you. They do not investigate UFOs. They investigate UAPs. So you can make the FOIA request for a UFO file all day long. You ain't going to get it because it doesn't exist. It's in the UAP bin now. And they changed it for a reason. And oddly enough, right up around the same time that all of that stuff came out, like the Nerudo run happened on Area 51. And just before that, the government saw fit to add the word conspiracy theory to the big domestic terrorism watch list. So now anybody who uses the term conspiracy theory is literally on a watch list. And that happened just before all the people went to Area 51 to rush the gate.
Yeah.
Interesting how you got all these people who are now literally conspiracy theorists gathered in one place where you can just swath all their data.
Yeah. Well,
and now legally do it because they're there on behalf of conspiracy theory, which is now domestic terrorism. Like just putting those nefarious puzzle pieces together and seeing how that infrastructure works and how, they just warrantlessly found a way to mass swath a bunch of people's data because of what you're into or because of a tag word that you've used on social media. And since then, we've literally on my show used the term conspiracy hypothesis. Sure, in science, you can hypothesize anything. Through experimentation, it becomes theory.
Well, yeah. And I think, I think there's still something going on. In this sort of post-2017 thing. I think there's like a bit, I don't know what the bigger scene is, but I think there is some sort of somebody or an agency is or some sort of organization which is trying to push us down some sort of path. I'm not sure what it is, but
there is definitely a narrative being followed. And you can hear the greased wheel in the machine. It's really interesting. I want to thank you for your time today, Nick. I know you are always more than busy at events. You rarely do interviews.
That's what I'm here for,
things like that. But I would love to have you on again and again to talk about your just vast wealth of research that you have done. You are one of those out there that really is a true wealth of knowledge on these topics.
Well, thank you, and hopefully, I'll just carry on as long as I can.
Absolutely.
Keep going or whatever.
Well, tell everybody before we let you go and send you back to your booth, where can they go to find your books? Where can they go to keep up with research?
Okay,
you have a newsletter, website? Let everybody know where to go.
Well, for my books, I've got an Amazon page. So just go to Amazon, Nick Redfern, and it'll just take you directly to all my books. I have a blog called World of Whatever. So just type in Nick Redfern, World of Whatever.
Okay.
And Faithful Facebook as well.
All right. And whatever you do, folks, make sure to go out and get How Anti-Gravity Built the Pyramids. I definitely want to have you on to talk about this book.
All right, cool.
I love talking about pyramids, pyramid technology, frequencies, all that kind of stuff. And this is right up my alley. I want to thank you for the time today.
All right. Thanks, man.
And while you're online checking out all the amazing work of Nick Redfern and the other researchers presenting here at the first annual Texas UFO Conference in Jefferson, Texas, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That's where you can subscribe. That's where you can listen live on Tuesday nights. That's where you can visit our archive of declassified documents. Stay tuned after these messages for more coverage from the expo floor here at the first annual Texas UFO Conference in Jefferson, Texas. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spigeric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Texas UFO Conference, first annual here in Jefferson, Texas. We are joined right now by Mitch Whittington. He is the author of Close Encounters of the Texas Kind, as well as Funeral and Mourning Traditions of the Old South, which I definitely want to have you on to talk about. I did a whole episode with somebody about funerary traditions in America and how they've changed and how that's changed our whole society, actually. But what has changed our whole society over the last 5 years has really been the opening of the conversation with UFOs, UAPs. Let's get into real quick, Mitchell, how is it that you first came into this topic and what brought you to writing the book?
The inspiration for writing the book was actually seeing something one night. I don't really know what I thought about them beforehand. You know, it's one of those things that, okay, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know that it affects my life one way or the other. But I had gone out on our back porch one evening because we're supposed to have a huge storm, and it missed us. It was to the west. So I'm just standing out there watching the thunder and the lightning over in the western sky, and it was a huge clap of thunder, bright flash of lightning, and I looked up, and up in the sky was a round, huge object. And my first thought in that second that I saw it was, what the heck is that? And my second one was, that's manufactured. That's not something that's natural. So I called for my wife. She came out and I said, hang on, wait till the next flash. And sure enough, it was gone. It wasn't floating away. It was just gone. And there were no windows. There were no fins. There were no wings, nothing. I don't know what propelled it, but it was enough for me to go, okay, I just saw something that I don't understand. So that sent me down that whole path of wanting to look at our history in Texas and how far back they go in some of the cases that are really early on. So that's what started the whole thing.
Well, and, it's interesting because we do have, especially here in the last few years, Texas has truly become a hot spot.
It has.
With MUFON and MUFON reporting and sightings. But the history of airships, things like that in Texas goes way back in history. Let's get into a few of those cases that you came across.
Probably one of my favorite happened in Aurora, Texas in 1897. And the interesting thing about that to me is people are fighting over it still. It's been proven, then disproven, and then proven, and then disproven again. So every time somebody will prove something new with the case, and somebody else will come along and find reasons to doubt it. So it's still this ongoing discussion about it, and that's over 120 years ago.
Yeah.
They've had a really interesting run with it down there. Aurora never embraced it like, say, Roswell did. You go to Roswell, and it's UFO City.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if they didn't miss the boat on that or what. But it's not really a huge topic down there. They have a smoking windmill barbecue that's actually pretty good, I might add. And they had a venue for a band and things like that. But other than that, they don't make a big deal out of it. But following back and looking through at all the things associated with it, to me, just something happened.
Yeah.
And of course, now the big thing is everybody wants to dig up the alien. He's in the cemetery.
Yeah.
But that was 120 years ago back then, and I did a lot of research on it. And back then, you got buried in basically a wooden box. They didn't have hermetically sealed.
Yeah. It was a pine box, man.
So whatever's there is gone. I have a friend of mine that is a professor at LSUS, and he's arguably probably one of the authorities on the Red River campaign of the Civil War.
Oh, wow.
And very knowledgeable. So he was invited to come to an exhumation of one of the generals from that particular campaign that's buried in a family cemetery in Natchitoches. And they wanted to dig him up and bury him in a military cemetery elsewhere in the state. So they invited him to be there for it. And that way, if they found any artifacts, he could identify. And he said when they got down to it, all they found were some nails from the coffin, a few buttons, metal buttons from his uniform. And other than that, he said the dirt was kind of discolored where the body had kind of soaked into it, if you will.
Sure.
And so they respectfully and carefully took the dirt out and put that in the new coffin and buried it with all honors. But I think that's what they would find if they dug up in Aurora, is after all this time, there's not going to be anything there.
Yeah. And there's been ground penetrating radar out there at the cemetery, and they've definitely proven the fact that there was at some point something there. There is a depression in the ground. There was something that filled there, and now there is a void that has collapsed upon itself. That's all they can show.
Yes.
And it's been pretty interesting to see that. Daniel Allen Jones is actually in the other room giving a presentation on Aurora as we speak. I'm very, very much looking forward to his book coming out, because it's really, as opposed to giving a narration or a narrative of it, really giving a chronicle of the town and the accounts that came out of the town, the accounts throughout history, and really documenting everything that came from the case.
Yeah, he and I both have an interest in that case. So, yeah, earlier today we kind of snuck off in the corner and had this long conversation about it. I really enjoyed talking with him.
Yeah, he's a great guy, and it really is a remarkable case whenever you look at it.
And there's a lot of different aspects of it. Some people believe that the whole thing was a burial of Confederate gold. That there was an organization called the Knights of Golden Circle. Right,
yeah. And oddly enough, right down the road from here in Marshall, Texas, is a relative of Jesse James.
Yes.
Who has written a book about Jesse James not dying, as he said, but carried on here in Texas and may have well buried some of the gold from the Knights of the Golden Circle right here in the Lone Star State. So that being a hypothesis and it being not too incredibly far away. I mean, granted, by modern means, old means, it would probably be about a day and a half ride.
Sure.
Something like that. But still, for horseback, not too far off. And yeah, it's an interesting hypothesis to think about.
It is. And everybody has these different theories about it. And at the time, there were airships being seen all over the country, really.
Yeah.
And I forget the gentleman's name, and I hate that, but one guy actually wrote a book, and he plotted all the news stories from all these airships. And in his book, he comes out and he says that it is a continuous, like they were actually moving, if you had 5 ships doing it. And he said at that point, it makes perfect sense. Now, this is long before Wright brothers came out.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to imagine, but there's so many news stories of the day about the airships that who knows what's there to it. If something like that crashed in Aurora, it would fit right in with the news of the day.
Yeah, precisely. And now, going through other stories that you gathered from Texas, were there any commonalities that you found with Aurora?
The biggest commonality with Aurora, to me, is Roswell. Except it was 50 years before that.
Yeah.
But there's other stories that do have common points. There was a guy who was a Air Force pilot. He was actually in the reserve, and they were flying, and this was in 1955. They were flying a training mission, and he and 3 other pilots were in smaller jets, and they were escorting a large bomber. They were flying from Fort Worth to El Paso. And what they were simulating was what would happen if they decided to go bomb the Soviet Union. And in 1955.
That's actual reality.
That is something.
Actual reality again.
Yes, well, there you go.
Good thing we practiced.
But anyway, Colonel Willingham was his name. And so as they're flying in their formation and doing their drill, a white light comes at him. He said just a white light that was brilliant. And he said it was moving at about 2,000 miles an hour. And being a pilot, he couldn't judge such things, I guess. And to keep that in perspective, a jetliner today going from here to Vegas is going to fly 500 miles an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that the fastest thing that we have, the fastest thing that they have told us about is 1,800, And so this was moving faster than anything he had seen. But interestingly enough, it took a 90-degree turn and turned down toward the Mexico-U.S. border. So he got permission to follow. And, of course, he couldn't keep up with it, but he just headed in that same direction. When he crossed the border in Del Rio, he saw that there was a crashed saucer just on the Mexican side in the sand. It had buried beside the Rio Grande River. So he turned around. He went back to the Air Force Base in Fort Worth, landed his plane, turned in his military jet because he was in the reserves. He went to a nearby airfield where he knew the folks, and he borrowed a single-engine little small plane and flew back down there. When he got there, the Mexican authorities were there. He landed on their side, and he said, just here to check things out. What happened? And they said, we're waiting for the U.S. military. And he said, oh, well, I'm U.S. military. And they're like, no, we're waiting on a specific group.
Yeah.
So you shut up. Get out.
Yeah.
But as the story goes, he went over, and there was a gash in the craft. He looked in, and he described 3 individuals with large heads, little slits for mouth, and arms that he described like broomsticks. So this was long before anybody had seen the cover of Communion or Close Encounters or anything. But Anyway, they said, look, you got to get out of here. We're supposed to secure this place. So he did. He got in his plane and left, but on the way back, he saw, before he got to his plane, he saw a piece of debris, a metal debris. He picked it up and put it in his pocket. So as it turns out, his dad was a metallurgist, and so he had a lot of his dad's equipment he had inherited in his shop. So just to play with it, he tried to burn it. He tried to cut it. He said, couldn't touch it. So he went to a U.S. metallurgy lab in Maryland that he knew a guy that worked there, and he gave him the piece. He flew it there personally, and he said, could you test this and tell me what it is? Time went by, nothing happened. And finally, he called, and the lab said, we don't have anybody by that name working here. He said, no, I know the guy. I just brought him a piece of material to look at. They said, we've never had anybody by that name working here, and we've never taken material in like you're talking about. And in fact, we're about to close the lab, so don't call back. So he started getting calls from the upper echelon in the military saying, you need to just back off. Whatever you think you saw, you didn't. You need to just stop. But as it turns out, a few weeks later, he got an envelope in the mail, no return address, no signature. It just said one thing. It said, you know, that material you brought us to test, we've never seen anything like it before or since. And he thinks it came from his friend, who was obviously not able to communicate directly. But the most interesting thing is his description of that white light going so fast and making the turns. If you think back a few years ago to where that leaked footage came from the cockpits of some of our fighter planes, they talk about how fast it's going and the fact that it would take a hard turn without losing speed. And, you know, the discussion that they were having was if there was a person in there, a human, the G-force alone would just tear their body apart. But that description almost exactly matches Willingham's description. Yeah. So you see these parallels and you start to think, wow, maybe, you know, there is some correlation there.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's even earlier talking with Smiles, the idea of correlation between people's stories, especially multiple witness testimony to the same event. That is always kind of the holy grail of an investigator. So often you come across the fact that, like you're saying, there's a single witness to an event. And I am prone to believe a witness until proven otherwise. Right. That's just how I am. Some of the things that come out, especially stories like that, through deathbed confessions, are increasing in frequency, and the stories are getting wilder.
The other thing I found is that after the cockpit footage was leaked, you know, that has opened a door, not a huge amount, but a little bit. And pilots are a little bit more free now to come out and talk about things they've seen.
Well, they've actually come out with an FAA reporting system now. Right. There's an actual system now for pilots to go report without shame, without fear of losing a pilot's license, and
which has not been the case forever.
For years, if you said that you said something or you saw something from your cockpit that wasn't being told to you was 3 miles off to your right, just so you're aware of it from radar. Like, you get ready for a drug test when you land. Get ready to possibly have your license stripped from you and to lose your career as a pilot. And it was that way with military pilots. It was that way with commercial pilots. And yeah, we've finally come up with a protocol of reporting that opens the doorway for these literal trained observers to be able to give their report.
You know, it does. And I guess the only thing disappointing about the progress to me is they didn't come back and say, oh, and by the way, here's what we have from Roswell. Here's what we have from Del Rio. Yeah. You know, so there's still stuff that I think gets called into question that they haven't told us about yet.
Sure. And you know, it's one of those, we definitely have programs in the country. I mean, even during the congressional hearings that all the UAP videos brought about was a huge point. And I think mainly because, as we said earlier, it's the fact of the people who were in charge of giving that money to contractors were like, well, we didn't hear about this program. What do you mean, ATIP?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Because it was a department within a department, compartmentalized within a department, and typically within the realm of government contracting. That's the way that works. And it's obfuscated that way, of course, to protect national security secrets, programs like HabBlue, that kind of stuff. But just in the last year, the technology that has been released. I mean, all of a few weeks ago, we added to our knowledge vault the declassified and now public documentation from Lockheed Martin about a nuclear reactor that'll fit inside of an F-16. You know, so the technology for us to make Alcubierre warp drives and make these things, you'd have to have the power of a sun or a star to make it happen. It's like, maybe we can kind of make it happen. We can miniaturize that technology. We can make that happen now.
And they are still very secretive about it, but I think a little bit more is starting to come out.
Yeah.
There's a book called Skunk Works, you know, and it's about the development of the stealth bomber. And the team that was working on it, they had coffee cups made up, and it had a cloud with the nose of the stealth bomber coming out of it. Well, because it showed some of the way that thing is paneled to, you know, not pick up radar and everything, they said, well, you can't use these. You can't have these out. So they made them keep them in a locked cabinet. And once a day, they could go take theirs out, and everybody would drink coffee out of their special mugs and put them back in.
Put them back in.
Yeah, that's the kind of control that they had over the years exercised on anything they thought was secret like that.
Well, and that's just it. We have a great realm of technology that is out there that a lot of the times we don't really hear about the technology like Stealth Fighter until it's released.
Right.
And as we said on the program a few times recently, you know, do you think that after they won the contract for do you think they would have won the contract for HabBlue if they didn't have a way to detect it? Yeah. Like, here's your contract money. Oh, wait, did you come up with a way to detect this thing? You know, so yeah, there's an answer to the technology already when it comes out. You know, and the thing is, it's so compartmentalized and so secret that you'll never hear about the. Like, you're lucky you heard about the program, much less the solution.
Yeah.
A prime example right now would be X-37B. Just landed after 900 plus days in orbit.
Right.
Two literal sonic booms over Florida that people didn't know what was going on. That broke its previous record of 700 days. The first time we heard about it was after it landed after a 2-year successful mission. You know? So Space Force, nothing new. We've been working on that for the longest time. The X-37 landed like 5 years before the announcement of the Space Force.
Yeah, I think all Space Force is giving an official logo to something that's been going on forever.
Yeah, precisely. And it really does show the longevity of thought and of the thought form with the military of we'll let them know when it's time.
Yeah.
And I think that's right up what we're against right now, especially with the announcements coming out of China with hypersonic technology, the little usage of hypersonic technology now in the theater of war. It's pretty hard for anybody to dismiss or to say like, oh, hypersonic technology is a decade away.
Yep.
Nobody's close to that right now. It's a little bit hard to say that when we are literally facing down the weaponry using that technology.
Sure.
And the real question comes to bear, do you have a means by which to intercept that? Because if you can't intercept that, it's going to be real hard to intercept the other.
You know, it reminds me of the old days of when you had radar detectors in your car.
Yeah.
And the old joke was that it was really one company with two halves, and one would put out the new radar detector, and then the other would put out the new radar.
Yeah.
And then another would come back to beat that. And they were back and forth. So they constantly had a base of selling things. So
Absolutely.
Wonder, is that going on in the military? Well, who knows?
Yeah, kind of. It literally is. And they have contractors working on solutions to the problems that these dudes are solving right now.
Right.
You know? So these are the ways that they're looking at solving the situation. How are you going to counteract that?
Exactly.
How would we counter that technology if they were using it? You know, so it's really interesting, and to see how the government and the alphabet agencies themselves play things out amongst each other. I mean, it took 9/11, and even 9/11 didn't make it to where every department talks with every department.
Right. And that they, continually is more and more documentation comes out about that day. As terrible as it was, the biggest downfall was, there wasn't a protocol for everybody talking.
Yeah. I mean, even with the pandemic response that happened over the last couple of years, I've got nothing political here. I wasn't a huge fan of the president. However, despite who he fired, those people who were in charge still had no plan.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just putting it out there. There would have been a book left. So sorry you're fired. So you left your book, right? Yeah. Cool. So this is the plan. That book did not exist,
right?
Despite swine flu, everything else, because the departments did not talk to each other.
Yep.
They didn't get together and problem solve together, which is an endemic problem.
It makes me wonder, though, the Del Rio crash that we talked about, are those people talking to the people that have the Roswell stuff? Or are they talking to,
Precisely. And the contractors who got that, are they the same contractors that got that? Or were there competing contractors by that point? And, one went to Boeing, one went to Lockheed, and, all that kind of stuff. It's really interesting once you start digging into the history of U.S. contracting in the military, and truly the warning of the military-industrial complex that we were given so many years ago as Eisenhower left.
And if it all came down to contractors, then it goes a step beyond that, and it all comes down to money.
Yep.
If you have your company and I have my company, and we're both wanting to go work on the Roswell stuff, not only am I going to be bidding for it, I'm going to be trashing you, and you don't want to go to, so it gets into a whole thing that kind of floats away from national security and good for the nation and all like that.
Well, even though, and once again, just to go back to the congressional panel that happened, there seemed to be a lot, and don't get me wrong, national defense, absolutely. But that seemed to be an underlying topic of conversation and an underlying point, like, we need to scientifically study this. We need to, no, it was lock it down. Let's have the conversation. Well, if you want to know about that, we'll talk about that in our closed door session after this. Because we're obviously going to talk to you about more funding to take care of this. There seemed to be a whole air around it of we need more funding. We need more funding to figure out the threat.
Yep.
The words threat were used numerous times during that. You really have to consider even the unintentional use of that word and what the framework it lays in mind for people.
It does. And, when you're looking at senators sitting there asking questions of military guys, how would we deal with this? But when you distill that down to the very pilots who are witness to it, they're like, we have no idea.
We can't deal with that.
There is no dealing.
Like, I know the capabilities of my plane, and there ain't no dealing with that.
Yeah. I think back to that movie, Independence Day.
Yeah.
Will Smith looks at one of those things. He goes, I got to get me one of those.
Yeah, precisely.
Because they're seeing things that aren't possible in our world. So, I mean, it's just by luck or fate or whatever that whoever has those hadn't attached.
Yeah, well, and they know their technology that they use and have at hand. They know that in order to make a 2-3G turn, like their pressure suit is going to build up and push the blood to their brain. What would happen with that turn?
Yeah.
My turn's like this.
Yeah, exactly.
That turn wasn't like that. So even knowing offhand the technology that it takes for you to be sitting where you're sitting, and then imagining what it would take to be sitting in that and making that happen.
Right.
They have a definite grasp of that. Once again, not just trained observers, but experiential observers when it comes to things like that. They know what capability it takes to make that happen.
Yeah.
And it's been pretty interesting to see the conversations coming out from Navy pilots, from private pilots. Once again, the conversation has really, really been open to them, and it's fantastic.
It is, and I think it's got to be even more so moving forward. And I think the public You know, they've always said, well, if we actually come out and say that there's aliens, the public will, society will, you know, spin into a complete, you know.
It could. You know, that is one of the whole reasons that NASA brought aboard the 12 theologians and put that money into a grant package for them to, because when you're talking about something like this, you know, it's a belief changer. It doesn't matter what you hold true spiritually. When you have an experience like that, it changes you. And it changes the way you view what you believe. And sometimes it can rock your world so much that what you believe no longer exists. And what will happen to the religious paradigm of society? What will happen to that 20% that follows this path because of their faith? And when what's in that book that is the source of their faith comes to full question, and this is posed before them, what will be the result? You know, because it doesn't take the overwhelming majority to make a difference. I use the concept of 80-20 on this show regularly because, well, less than 20% of the American public fought in the American Revolution. The rest of them went, "You're a crazy person. Stop. Please, good God, stop what you're doing." So it doesn't take the overwhelming majority. It actually takes the underwhelming minority to truly change things. So it's not going to take 80% of the populace to panic. to cause a downfall. It'll take like 8-9%. And when those panic, I mean, a prime example, go out, enjoy any parking lot full of birds, then take 2 steps closer. And when one bird freaks out and flies 20 feet off, they all follow suit. They all follow. There may be a few stragglers. The crows may stay, but the grackles are going to go. You know, and we really do have to think of that birds of a feather mentality, that when it comes to the following nature of humanity, we are perfectly rational beings, but when it comes down to it, we are an animal by nature. Oh, and we are a no less than a herd of cattle. We are a panicky animal.
I think if it ever came completely out and they said, yes, we have been visited for all these years, that is going to rock people spiritually as well as emotionally and everything else. And I had recently done a lot of research on near-death experiences. And there's a corollary there because they say that when somebody has a near-death experience, you actually see the other side. You're actually there. And when you come back, your world is different. And one of the things they completely abandon, first of all, is any organized religion.
Yeah.
They say, no, y'all are just doing stuff. You know, the essence of it is much different than that.
Yeah.
And that's what we would be looking at if they said, oh, there's aliens. Oh.
Well, and one of the things that we've really rabbit-holed on this show over the last 6 months or so is the other side of experience, you know, because everybody's like, oh, I'd love to have this experience. Really? Because I've talked to a lot of experiencer. I've talked to a lot of people in these books who've written the books and who had the experiences. A lot of them ain't pleasant.
Yeah.
A lot of the aftermath, feel free to go talk to Travis Walton sometime. See how that experience, like, you may think, like, oh, he had a movie made, he's living the lap of luxury. No, he's not. As a matter of fact, like, he and his buddy Mike no longer talk. His buddy Mike, you remember that his buddy Mike was like a suspect in murder?
Yeah.
He was a murder suspect. He lost his state licenses for logging. He lost government contracts for logging. Like, his career was ruined because of this experience, because he came forward with the experience, and was willing to court the experience. So you really have to be aware of that and be wary of that.
But, you know, that's the kind of thing that people weigh when they're thinking about, should I say that I saw this thing? Should I say, you know?
Because it's a life changer.
Yep.
Period. It's a life changer. Whether it changed the way that you think about the world or whether it changes the way the world interacts with you.
Right.
It's a life changer. And yeah, It's a big nut to crack, man. It's going to be interesting over the next literal decade,
right,
to see how this shakes out, because it's literally less than 5 years old.
Yeah, and I think 10 years from now it'll be completely different from what we think today.
Yeah,
and that will be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, before we let you go, Mitch, let everybody know where they can go to get your books, Close Encounters of the Texas Kind, Funeral Mournings and Traditions of the Old South. Your whole table of books over there. You got a whole bunch of them. So
yeah, for the Close Encounters book, just go to TexasUFO.com.
Okay.
And, of course, it's on Amazon, and it's for sale in a bunch of stores and things like that. But if you want a signed copy, just go to TexasUFO.com, and I'll be happy to take care of that for you.
Well, fantastic.
But I appreciate you having me on. Appreciate the time. I really enjoyed talking to you.
I'd love to have you on again. Appreciate your time today during this first annual Texas UFOCon.
We're looking forward to the second one.
Absolutely. Same here. While you are online checking out all the amazing work from Mitchell Whittington, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That's where you can like, subscribe, follow us on social media. That's where you can access the knowledge vault full of declassified government documents and other fun stuff. And, of course, while you're online, make sure to check out the upcoming dates for Texas UFOCon 2023. We will be right back with additional coverage of this fantastic event right after these messages. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet.
Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our waning coverage of this first annual Texas UFO Convention. I am more than pleased to welcome our friend and speaker for the day, as well as MC for the event, the futuristic Daniel Allen Jones. How have you been, my friend?
Christopher, great to be back with you here, as always.
Always great to see you. I am excited for the upcoming book, Aurora, Texas, 1897. You have been putting an incredible amount of work into this and just gave a fantastic presentation a little while ago on the topic. How has the book been developing? Do you have a published date yet? How are things going?
Right. So, thanks for that. I think that it's really great to see everyone here at this first time event, to hear from really great speakers and different topics. The Aurora mystery, the airship stories, these are all really interesting in what we hear in this UFO field. And I think that with the Aurora story probably being the most prominent airship sighting and case overall, it's definitely something that I found stood out. And being in such close proximity, being able to go through visiting the sites over the years and working closely with Jim Mars, who showed and told me about the original site and stories, there are many things that have transpired over the decades since it all happened. This is the 125th anniversary, and so going back and seeing how the original story came into being, the subsequent years that followed, the republication, sort of uprising of it back into the public awareness in the 60s and 70s, allowed for a lot of things to happen with UFO investigators coming and really trying to get to the bottom of what was that. Was it a real UFO crash? Was it a real body in the grave? And so through all of that and the different groups and people who came out in that time frame up until today, you know, there was a movie made, there was a feature of productions through the History Channel, and a lot of people have written about it. And now in the last 10 years, it's been featured in so many different shows and books, podcasts, all kinds of things that I think help to bring it into public awareness, probably more than most every other UFO case outside of maybe Roswell.
More than the first article ever did.
Absolutely.
Because it wasn't published with any real fanfare. It wasn't like people came from far and wide to see the crash site. It wasn't at all like a public phenom like it is today, where you hear about something like this and it becomes a point of tourism for the town. It may be now, but that wasn't the case for 100-something years. So
right. Yeah. Well, one of the things that I found here in recent times is that not only have the developments in town kind of obstructed a lot of people's understanding of what that town is, what it represents, how things have happened in the last few years, and with having done a few events there and meetups and officially, Section City event a few years back, it's helped, I think, get people a little bit more aware that there are many different angles to this story, and reaching back into the historical documents preserved by the Wise County Heritage Museum Aurora is in Wise County, so the remaining things that are available pretty much reside there or in people's collections that may never be open to sharing or that we know about. So
people's private cedar boxes and things like that.
Yeah.
Just collected newspapers. Like I've got one of the Challenger explosion from when I was in like 7th grade, you know.
There's a lot out there that I think people might still have and aren't really sure about, that they even know what it is, or eventually it'll just wind up in, you know, someone else's hands that they can finally figure out, or it gets thrown away and then we don't know about it. But the things that we do have available, at least to me, are impressive enough to show that there's so much that's been publicized about it. One way or the other, the media spins it into sort of the idea that it was all a hoax, or it's the real deal, or people are trying to find out. And so in the more recent years that I've been involved with it and working on this publication, mainly because Jim and I were interested in doing something like this back when he was around. And unfortunately, since he passed, it didn't become urgent for me to jump back into it immediately. And now that we're here, 125th anniversary to me is significant enough, I guess, to really bring it back and see what we can do to share about the recent things happening. And one of the cool things I'd like to mention is that my buddy Chase Howard is here, and he's a representative along with some of the people in Roswell with the Roswell Daily Record, which is the newspaper which reported a lot of the old original Roswell stories. So with the new media divisions that they're looking to be involved with, including this podcast, they're interested in seeing about helping to promote and publish this story and this book, this chronology that I'm putting together on Aurora. So there's this really cool interaction between us with that idea, and there's pretty much a hard date for official release slated for the anniversary of next year, April 17th, 2023. I think it'll give me enough time to really include the last few things that have happened here recently. It's great to be able to also include this, like I say before. And for anyone who's interested, if you have anything about it, I always like to be able to connect with people who know something, who have something to share, who might be willing to contribute their part to play in this, because we're all, I think, part of that. And we're helping to encourage that it's not a matter of if you believe it happened or it was all a hoax in the ways that maybe people have found that this happened, so, or this person said that, so it was just all made up. Either way, I'm trying to make sure I can include any way that it's been featured in any multimedia. And I think that that's really more of where I find that it helps to share that this is more of me documenting the history and folklore of the spirit of the story or the legend in a way that shows it in that light, rather than just to say this has all happened, just believe it. And I love the story, but it's just one of those things where I have to be very objective in my reporting and documenting of the dates.
Absolutely. And that is honestly what I love about this book that you have coming out, is that it is a chronology of the events of the event, as opposed to hearsay, conjecture, your opinion on what's happening, your take on the narrative, what have you. The fact that you are literally compiling all of this in one place makes it a great A, point of reference, B, point of research for anybody researching this topic, because otherwise to try and go out and cull all of this information together and even find some of the stuff that even you have sitting over on your table right now, articles, things like that. Like that's a deep and hard microfiche dive that you may not be successful in if you can find a microfiche, which is probably where most of those articles are lying somewhere, on archived microfiche, that kind of stuff.
Well, I will mention, because you bring this up, that the Roswell Daily Record has a collection from their own, and they're actually looking to start to open them up and see if in their ones from 1897 they have any of those airship stories, which I think would be amazing to come across. So we're going to see about getting that revealed, if there is anything to reveal, and if not, maybe we'll make that a point too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you release a second part of the book, and an updated version with new information, because as we've both discussed numerous times on the show, as we've said with a few guests here today, these deathbed confessions, these deathbed stories, Grandpa just died, ran across this stack of newspapers, didn't know he was ever into this. This kind of stuff is happening more and more nowadays, where people are coming forward with their story, where people are coming forward with familial accounts that, like, my grandfather told me about this, and I thought he was crazy till I found the stack of newspapers. That kind of stuff. So the fact that these things will keep coming out over the next few years is really just a foregone conclusion. I don't even see it as a question as to whether or not you will be finding new information.
I think that it happens in a way that I've noticed a lot of colleagues involved with this who are publishing any body of work on, encounters or anything like this. What we find happening is essentially that, people will get with them later on and say, you know what, I had this happen too. And it happens here at events like this. People come up afterward and they say, I had a sighting. I had an encounter that I haven't thought of since you said this or that. Or, I was at this place when this happened, or I know about this and that. So I think that it's one of those issues where I know already to be prepared for hearing that. I'm excited. And I kind of implore that people will take the time if they wish to connect and share something. Then let's find a way to do that in a way that people are comfortable, because that's one of the challenges we have in this field, is that we have very little to go off of unless people are willing to share and tell about things. So I think that's encouraged.
Well, and that's just it. It really is one of those fields that you are much like cryptid research. You are talking anecdotal evidence frequently. You are talking eyewitness accounts. And you really do have to respect the person that you are getting the information from enough to see the credence of their account for what it is, not try to look deeper or anything like that. This is just the account. This is what they experienced, what they felt when they saw it, and take it at face value until proven otherwise, or until confronted with something that makes you look the other way. And once again, that conversation has truly been opened on a lot of fronts in a lot of these communities. Now, especially talking with someone like the Roswell Daily Record, and you're close with them, how has the town of Aurora, because of course Roswell has embraced theirs with open arms and has for a long, long time, but how does Aurora react to this? Is it something that they, like Falk, Arkansas, just embrace and accept, or is it something that people are reticent to talk about, and it's one of those dirty city secrets that I guess if you want to talk about it, okay,
Right. It's so interesting to think that it seems to maybe be the same for this whole time, that maybe it's divided in half. You have people who live out there because mainly they want to be out of the city. They don't want to be bothered by people coming in. And then the other half, they say, we love it. We embrace it. We think this is this is fun. And some people, they're indifferent. They don't really care so much, but they just know about it. And so what I find interesting is that in my involvement, and I will say this, is that I do kind of give a bit of my impression on a lot of the things, not just historically speaking, but that I've been involved with a lot of the things in the city in some form in the last 5 to 6 years. And I think that because of that, and with Jim and some of the other things that I've been able to be a part of, it has given me some part to play in all of this, and where I can share a little bit about why I feel like doing so has affected some things happening. We held that event in 2016 that was a sold-out conference that I never thought would even be successful, and I think that it really surprised everyone, including the city and Jim, and we had a great time. The challenge with that was that it was the one and only. I don't know if that we can repeat that circumstance, because there were a lot of factors that helped. There were a lot of challenges, and the next year we didn't get to do it. But because of the success of that event, they erected a monument in the city, official city logo, the windmill, the spaceship, a little alien. They put together a big party patio, Martian margaritas, smoking windmill barbecue, a lot of these other things, playing into the theme, basically helping to provide a little bit of economic infrastructure that they really didn't have. So it's not a big place. They're definitely a place you drive right through if you didn't know where you were going. Yeah. Nothing like the effect of Roswell. The sentiment is there. The locality, the ability to do anything like that really isn't. The challenge, I would say, is that also that the city administrator at the time, who we were working with, was all aboard. She liked the theme. She played with it. She had Ned, who I was fortunate to take around on tour and get all this cool stuff with him going. And then suddenly, there's a big tragedy with how this turned out in the last year. But I will just say this, is that in spite of that, I don't think it really means enough to overshadow the historicity of the legend, and how it's been something that people will want to go check that out either way. And I think that's where I think the town should realize that it's too bad that with what had happened with Dr. Tony Wheeler becoming, apparently known as committing a lot of fraud or just, a lot of criminal activity because apparently she stole several hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think that's really unfortunate because
it shadows.
Yeah, it has
any success of what she was involved in.
Right. And I think that because of that, it's hard to approach a city who's had to kind of come back from the shambles that it was left in and try to be okay with seeing this as something to entertain as a welcomed type of situation, being that she was a big part of that. Now, I would say that some of the people there probably won't mind so much if we do continue to have something like that. But I will say that I'd like to go either way. I was there on the anniversary, and some people, they stop by, they leave small trinkets and the items on the grave either way, and people know that the monument's there. My concern is that now that because of the downfall of the city taking a turn with this whole tragedy, City Hall burning down and relocating and trying to make sense of Area 114, the party patio, which has been seized by the county and it's going to be auctioned off, which could very well mean that it's done with and it could be demolished, or some financial backer out there could go and restart it all up again. And so I think that, it's kind of up to whatever happens with all of that, not to say that affects if people will ever care. No, not at all. I mean, people are going to go there either way. It's nice to know that they at least try to do something that encouraged the theme, which is cool, which gives it that effect of Roswell. But at the same time, with what has happened, it's hard to make sense of financial investments and into ideas that were really obfuscated by this former city administrator who was in cooperation with us with this other event. And so through that association, I don't want there to really be anything that could potentially threaten the idea that maybe we could eventually get together again for an event. I think it would be great. So
I think it would be fantastic. I'm all for it and behind it in any way I can be. And I think it's important for cities like that to keep things alive. Craig and I were talking the other day about apparently there's a legends and lore preservation group in America that will team up with like a local 501c3 in a state. And like if you have things like that, like they will help you erect a monument and things like that. So I think it is a very important part of Americana to keep it alive, and also something that not every town embraces such things. And sometimes when you do, it can lead to good things or bad things. Like we had the conversation with guest Dave Duke, or Dan Duke rather, a few months ago. He's a blood relative of Jesse James and has written a book about how he may have actively faked his death. What we know is the death of Jesse James didn't happen that way. He came and lived in Texas after his death, supposed death. And when he went to the town that he was killed in with that information, they weren't too happy and didn't really receive his evidence or his hypothesis too kindly. Well, because since the death of Jesse James, they've been known as the town that Jesse James died in, So it's like at that point when you have nestled your idea and identity as a community in something, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, how do you react? Right. And that's kind of the flip side of that coin of do you embrace, do you not embrace that legend, that lore with what's going on in your localized community. And do you really commercialize that?
Right.
So I can see their reticence. I can see that. But at the same time, it is a fascinating point of Texas history and a fascinating point of a culture that has a subculture necessarily in America that has really come to light and garnered a lot of attention in the last 5 years. The disclosure community, UFO investigative community, and just UFO believers in general. I think there's been a lot of vindication for a lot of people. And I think there's also a lot more questions that have been raised than answers, much like you were saying in your presentation a while ago. We've gotten a Senate hearing out of it. Not a lot came out of the Senate hearing, but at least we're having the talk.
Right.
At least we're having the conversation. And I think that's the important thing for a town like Aurora is to be open and have the conversation, even amongst themselves in their coffee shops and their pubs, things like that. So I want to thank you for doing the research that you've done for this book and for really making a hard to research topic easily accessible to people, because it was really, it's a monumental task, the things that you've undergone to really draw all of this work together. You really leaned on the work of your mentor, Jim Mars. I think he would be extraordinarily proud of you and the work you've done with this, Daniel.
Well, thanks.
Really.
Thanks for saying that,
Truly, it's a fantastic piece that you've put together. It's a time capsule of information and really does tell a story without narrative, with nothing but open eyes. So,
well, appreciate you saying so. That's
absolutely
very much appreciated.
I haven't even had a chance to read a treatment or anything like that. That's just from our conversations privately and what I know you have been doing to make this happen. So thank you for always coming on the show. Thank you for your time during this first annual Texas UFOCon. Let everybody know where they will be able to get their copy of Aurora, Texas, 1897, whenever it comes out, where they can go to follow you on social media, where they can go to keep up with the vortex and all the research that you do.
Right. Thanks so much, Christopher. I think that it's really easy to get a hold of me if people really want to. You can email me directly, my name at Hotmail, and then there's all the different social media platforms I utilize that they can get a hold of anything there too, and just keep up with. Even if I can't attend an event or I'm not there in person or something, I can share about it and we can stay connected. Main social media accounts out there with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of those, with the YouTube channel, The Vortex. And then, with the upcoming book, I'm hoping that maybe through this partnership with the Roswell Daily Record, which is the original Roswell newspaper, they're interested in, publishing it. So that would be a good way to, consider seeing if we can provide that and they can get it out to whoever is interested in it. So I'm looking forward to that. And like I said, April 17th, 2023, let's see if we can all get together and have a good time in Aurora and try not to crash on your way out there.
Yeah, right. Well, Daniel, thank you as always, my friend. More than a pleasure. While you are online checking out all the amazing work of Daniel Allen Jones and the Vortex, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can catch all the episodes. That's where you can follow us on social media. It's where you can access the archives of our Knowledge Vault. Stay tuned after this commercial message for our final bit of coverage from the first annual Texas UFOCon here in Jefferson, Texas. Right after this, folks.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Welcome to our final piece of coverage from the first annual Texas UFO Conference right here in Jefferson, Texas. With us in this final segment is Joey the UFO Magnet George. He's here to give a small presentation this evening, and then we will have a sky fishing experience with him. You have a pretty amazing story, and from what I understand, a pretty amazing gift, Joey. Tell the audience a little bit about yourself and exactly what it is that you're known for.
Well, I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm technically a contractor. I've had a lot of strange experiences since I was a little kid. I actually grew up in San Antonio, and I live in Tulsa now, but I still consider myself a Texan.
Sure.
Had a lot of good times here. But yeah, ever since I was, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9, I can remember a lot of more, I would say, like spirit-type activity started going on. Mainly after my uncle had passed away. He had gotten in a motorcycle wreck and unfortunately passed away. And it seemed like right after that, a lot of weird, ghostly type stuff started happening around our house. The strange thing about it, though, with all the stuff that went on, like throughout the whole middle part of my life, it just kind of went away. It's like I didn't think about it. I didn't look for UFOs. I didn't, still trying to figure out how that happens, you know.
Were you still having experiences and not looking for them, or just not seeing them?
But I mean, not to the degree that they were. It's almost like it was erased from my memory or something.
Wild.
It wasn't until maybe 6 or 7 years ago I was dating this girl. She was Venezuelan, and she was, I guess you would consider schizophrenic. And, you know, she had a lot of wild and crazy ideas, you know, and theories about things and just a general way of being.
Sure.
And she's actually the one who kind of opened my eyes back up to it. And, you know, she would mention stars following her around, you know, stuff that just sounded insane.
Yeah.
And even though I had seen stuff like that, you know, from a little kid, I even thought it sounded crazy, you know. And the more she would talk about it, the more I started paying attention again, and it just came back to me all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, how did I forget about this stuff?
Almost repressed memory.
Right. It's like, bam, it's like getting hit with a hammer, and you're like, where did that go? You know, where's it been this whole time? And how does that happen in the first place?
And at what point did you realize that, I guess with vibrational assistance from other people or with crowds or even by yourself, that you were able to, I guess, vibrationally reveal these craft?
Right. I don't know how it works. I kind of stumbled upon a guy named Robert Bingham on YouTube once I started, you know, realizing again, and I became aware of all the really weird and crazy things that happen all around us all the time. I was watching YouTube and just accidentally stumbled across some of his videos, and he was, I think the first one I saw, he lives in LA. He was out on the pier with the guys from Third Phase of the Moon. Mm-hmm. They have a channel on there, UFO channel. And they were out on the pier, I think in Santa Monica, and they had their cameras and everything, you know, they're at the end of the pier, and he was going to do a summoning for the guys from the show. And there's kids riding their bikes all around, and they're checking out the cameras. They're real inquisitive, you know, what's going on? And they're like, this guy's about to make some UFOs show up. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, really, I am. So that was the first time I was ever, I became aware that summoning UFOs was a thing.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm having the experience after experience, like daily, you know, at this point. And I sat there and I thought about that, and I was like, that kind of makes sense. I think that's what I'm doing. You know, that makes way more sense than just me being in the right place at the right time thousands of times.
Yeah, like every day.
Right.
Yeah.
So he kind of helped open my eyes up to it too, and I kind of realized what was going on, and I was able to hone in on it. And
well, and even discussing last night over dinner with a couple folks, we were talking about presenters and stuff like that, and we got into the summoning aspect. Because, of course, like you said, you were not the only person who can do such things. And what I likened it to is the new CE5 protocols from Robert, or from Stephen Greer, Robert Bigelow.
Actually, you had it right the first time, because they have quite the quarrel going on.
Yes. And it's one of those, like I've explained to people, it's not necessarily that they are like summoning a craft. By the physics that we understand of these things right now and the going scientific theories on it, is that more that their mass meditation is shifting their vibration into the vibrational field of what that object that is already there, that is just shifted dimensionally through vibration. And once you hit that vibration level, you'll be able to hear it, see it, all that kind of stuff.
Like I like to say, I don't know if it's so much that I'm summoning them. I think they're more or less telling me when and where to look.
Yeah. Precisely. You're attuned to the tingle in your belly. That's like, there's something here. Look around.
I mean, I'll be like, I'll go out. I'm going outside, you know. They tell me when to go.
Is it like an overwhelming feeling that you have? Is it like a feeling that there's a presence? Explain it to the audience how the revelation comes to you that it's time to go look.
It's kind of a really strange and hard feeling to explain to somebody. But I actually just wrote a short story article for Margie K for the Unex magazine. That it was right after a recent sighting I just had about a week and a half ago. It was this giant, just bright white light, which I get a lot of. It came up from behind the tree line by where I live, and started off almost on the ground, you know, like maybe 200 yards away.
Wow.
And there is a small airport, you know, in Sand Springs where I live, but that's only a few miles from the house. But I mean, it's not right. It's not 200 yards away, and there's no planes taking off from the neighbor's yard.
Yeah. From just beyond the tree line.
Right. And almost on the ground,
Yeah.
And anyway, I even had to look at it for a minute, and it was hard to tell if it might have been like a house light, over there. Because of the way they've moved so strangely, these ones that are just made of light, they're not a nuts and bolts craft or don't resemble a craft at all. It's just light,
Is there a different feeling or sensation for you depending on the type of craft it is?
Yes, a little bit, yeah. The ones that are pure light, it's almost just the look of it, just the appearance, not even counting the feeling that I get off of it. It's almost like it's trying to put you in a trance, not maybe not trying to, but it just does. One of the effects of
sure,
of witnessing this thing, because they move so strangely. It's like you can't even tell if it's actually moving. Sometimes at first,
even when you consider the fact of it. Prime example, right now we are under fluorescent lighting.
Right.
Unless you used a camera. Or unless there was a problem with the ballast, you'd never know that light is literally flickering on and off 60 times a second.
Right.
60 times every second. Now, your brain sees that. As a matter of fact, it gets more tired around that because our eyes see at 30 frames a second. So it's literally like our eyes are blinking twice as fast as we go. So, that's why you start getting headaches under fluorescent lights. That's why, so the idea of what I'm getting at here is the idea of the flashing making you feel something different. Just because just because it's a bright light doesn't mean it's not a very rapid series of flashes that look solid.
Yeah.
And even that in and of itself, once again, vibrational can change from thing to thing. Definitely. So, it's interesting to me, the idea that, the different crafts give you a different sensation like that.
And that's the little article that I started off writing. Actually, it started off as a Facebook post, which a lot of times my what end up being short stories or even a half a novel sometimes start off as a post or a text message, and sometimes I just can't stop once I start writing. And sometimes I'll go years without writing anything, and then all of a sudden I'll write 3 songs, in a day, or I'll write half a novel, whatever it may be, and just until I get whatever it is that's in there out completely. But
did you find that any of these spurts of writing or anything like that come directly after experience?
I've considered that. Who knows? They definitely inspire a lot of them, but as far as the witnessing something, but as far as I know, you're getting the actual. Whether it's inducing me to possibly giving me actual inner inspiration.
It could be, or is it the fact of you've been given a message and it's been repressed and you don't remember what it is?
I think that we're constantly getting messages. I like to compare it to like that, what's that movie, Final Destination? When they're constantly getting all these signals, like
are you paying attention?
Well, yeah, one that sticks out, in particular is the one the guy's in the bathroom or something, and the magazine gets sucked into the fan, and it rips it up into thousands of pieces, and all the letters land perfectly, and it spells out. I don't remember what it was, but then, that kind of stuff happens all the time.
Wow.
All around us constantly. It's about, like you said, are you paying attention?
Are you open to the experience? And are you ready to accept it? And with that,
I think that happens a lot. And sure, most people don't even recognize it as that or anything whatsoever.
How has your family received your gift?
Well, it comes from somewhere.
They can be happy or not.
Right. My mom, who was actually supposed to come out here with me, but originally, she had both of us. It's not just me. She definitely experiences, if not more than me sometimes. She actually just informed me not too long ago that she went to somebody to help her not see.
Oh, wow.
Things.
Wow.
Which I didn't really go into detail. She didn't go into detail about it. I didn't really ask. It kind of caught me off guard,
Well, and that brings up a topic that we talk to guests about regularly, which is the other side of experience. Everybody says, I want this experience. I want to see. I want to know. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people where the experience isn't good. There's a lot of people where the experience is, even whether or not there is contact. Even talking with Mitchell earlier, the fact that what he witnessed, he was frozen in fear when he saw it.
And it's interesting you bring that up because it's funny that I do see, as much as I do, because when all the, the weird ghostly spirit type things started happening, I was real little, and a lot of it was kind of terrifying,
Sure.
Seeing, lights in the sky, which I remember, even younger than, like I was saying, after my uncle had passed away. But, those didn't scare me. I knew they weren't normal, but, it was just something that happened, and I kind of just kept it to myself, and it was just, it was there. I was aware of it. I knew it wasn't normal, but it didn't scare me. you know what I mean? Not at all. I was just like, hey, that was cool. Do that again. And sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't. But it's like at a certain point, once all the stuff started happening in the house, I actually made a mental, I'd like to think that I made an agreement with something or whatever it might have been. I think we haven't had an agreement. I just said, whatever you want to do, that's fine, but I just don't let me see you, because I don't know if I could handle that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I never did, at least not for years and years, I did have one experience, I think it was about 10 years ago now. I was living up at Grand Lake in northeastern Oklahoma, and I've seen these. I was actually reading my Edgar Allan Poe, complete Tales and Poems, which is my favorite. Everything he's ever written in a book this big, it's like my Bible. And nothing against the actual Bible, but I was leaning. I was in my bed, leaning up against the wall, reading that, and the hallway, was directly in front of me. That led to the bathroom, and then there was another bedroom, and then the kitchen further down. And I kept seeing something leaning out of the bathroom door and looking at me about that high off the ground. And it was just like a shadow looking, kind of like a human type shape somewhat. But, I'm like, okay, that I didn't really see that, whatever. It was dark in the hallway, but I'm just seeing things. Anyway, I kept seeing it over and over again. And then, after the fifth or sixth time, it popped its head out and was looking, and then another one popped its head out right above it and was looking. They pulled back, and then there was three the next time it happened.
Oh, man.
And my ex, the mother of my two youngest kids, she was in the living room. She came into the bedroom to go to bed about that time, and I didn't say anything to her about it. And she shut off the lights and just got in bed. About, 5-10 minutes after that, I'm laying there still awake because I was still reading. She just kind of rudely came in, shut off the lights, and shut me down. I was like, I didn't want to, get into an argument about it, so I just went along with it. So I'm laying there awake still, and I'm looking up at the ceiling, and it was almost pitch black, in that room anyway, because we were right by the lake, and there was only one little window in that bedroom anyway, so it's already pretty dark. But right above the bed, there was this black cloud just kind of lingering, hovering over. Oh, wow. It was so black that even in pitch blackness, it stood out. Yeah. And, and I could feel that thing. And I'm kind of freaking out about that. And, I'm thinking she's already asleep or whatever. And all of a sudden I hear, do you see that? And she was watching it too. And I said, what? Yeah. I played dumb for a second to see what she was talking about, make sure we were talking about the same thing. She said, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And right about that time, I feel something grabbed my ankle, and I kicked and was on my feet and may have said a couple of choice words. Sure. I probably shouldn't repeat here. All in one motion, and it flipped on the light, and it got to me because I didn't know they could touch you. Seeing them, them messing with things or, moving things or making noises. I didn't know they could grab onto you. I'd never had that happen.
Yeah, that there could be physical interaction.
I wasn't having that.
And I've definitely had a few shadow person experiences in my life where I had one that hung around in my room at night sometimes, and I would wake up and see them at the end of my bed.
It's always like that. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid when I was younger. That's what I didn't want to see.
Honestly, and I am deathly afraid of heights. probably the most frightening situation ever. I mean, even more frightening when you try to say something and you can't.
Oh yeah. Right.
But and that was a stealing moment for me. That was one of those. My perception of things in the world around me changed.
Were you pleading with it like I did, or trying to?
I wasn't necessarily pleading with it so much as pleading with whatever else is out there.
Right. But you were pleading.
Oh, yeah. Ain't no atheists in foxholes. You know what I mean? You're gonna speak to Jesus real quick, whether you believe in him or not.
you never have before.
Yeah.
You're a believer all of a sudden.
Just in case. If you're there.
Yeah. What do you have to lose? You know.
And absolutely, and it's one of those. It changes you, and it changes intrinsically the way that you interact and the way that you see the world around you and other people. How has your gift changed the way that you see the world around you and how you interact with everyday people?
How is it not? I mean, that changes everything. You know, once you realize that reality is way weirder than anything you could ever possibly imagine in a movie or a fairy tale or anything like that, just created that's fictitious. I mean, the real life is way. I've come to know for a fact that literally anything is possible in this world we live in right here, the physical world. Anything is possible.
Yeah, and
for most people, that they can't even begin to comprehend something like that or even take it seriously.
Yeah,
and it's I don't know, it's kind of sad to see, but at the same time, you know, that's one of the coolest things ever is when you're part of, you know, someone transitioning and becoming a believer, and you're watching it happen, just their eyes, you know, for one thing, just a look on their face, watching them change totally into something else all of a sudden, you know, that they never thought that, you know, seeing something that they never could have possibly thought could be possible.
Yeah.
It's a really cool thing to witness, really. and I that's part of what I do is, you know, I like that to happen. I like being able to witness, and I like being able to change their whole way of thinking, you know, and the way they look at everything, basically. It's a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as it's for the better, it usually is. You know?
Well, and I was helping get your presentation together earlier. Right. You have just a mass amount of pictures from your experiences. Right. For those others out there who are wanting the CE5 experience, wanting even those who may have the same gift that you have, they think, what advice would you give to somebody looking to see, looking to witness?
For one thing, there's nobody that isn't capable of doing what I do, basically. It's all a matter of, you know, focusing and believing.
Yeah.
I mean, just like Santa Claus or anything else, I'm not so sure he doesn't really exist. You know? Sure. Why wouldn't he? I mean, I have a video of a fairy. When I got that video, I wasn't some guy that walked around saying, "Hey, there's fairies."
Yeah.
And I actually had the next day, I was at my grandfather's house for the 4th of July. You know, the whole family was out there, and we were down there poking around the marina. Everyone went to bed, and you know, I was down there arrowhead hunting, you know, whatever, and my grandfather was a guy who, you know, roofed houses for 25 years. He had his own roofing company, construction company, and I started, you know, working with him in the summers when I was like 11 or 12. Ended up working with him full time later on, but for years and years. This is a guy who, you know, taught me how to roof, how to build things, how to be tough, how to not be a pussy.
Yeah.
And I never imagined having this conversation with him ever in a million years. Guess what? I filmed a fairy last night. Check it out. But it happened. And it went about the way I expected it would. He laughed at me and says, "That's a moth." What the fuck is that?
Well, and you know,
his wife, on the other hand, my step grandmother was like, "Aren't you just so glad that there's fairies?" Totally different outlook.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the open-mindedness that has come about in the last few years with the disclosure movement, everything else. And
I'm not as crazy as I was 5 years ago.
Well, and the main thing is, especially since that started the CE5 movement, and the fact that there are people doing what you do in a mass group setting on a regular basis, getting together in an experiential way, following a protocol.
Right.
And the reason to follow a protocol is because just like in, there's associative remote viewing and emotive remote viewing and all these other things. But if you follow controlled remote viewing, the original scientific in a lab developed form of remote viewing, the protocol is there because it error checks your work. It's there because it keeps you in check. It makes sure that what you're seeing is what you're seeing and all that kind of stuff. And that's kind of the idea behind the CE5 experience.
I have a lot to say about that, actually. I won't say everything that I'd like to. I'm not a big Stephen Greer fan.
I fully respect and understand that. I know quite a few people that are not.
Anyone that's a Bingham fan probably isn't.
He was entirely nestled in with the government and advisor to presidents and things like that. So
he has done a lot of work.
He has.
A lot of it wasn't actually his work.
Sure.
And, I wasn't involved in that. I didn't witness who came up with what first, There's
been some consternation about the method, though.
Right. And I hold sky watches, like there's a group in Oklahoma City, that within the last 6 months or so came all the way across the state to Tulsa to come up to one of my favorite spots, which is right behind the Bass Pro Shop in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. There's this one undeveloped hill where they built the Bass Pro Shop, then they built all these hotels, came along with it, and there's stuff everywhere, where there was just woods, and anyway, there's this one hill that they haven't built anything on. I'm not sure why, but it's where for years and decades, people, even before I was around, would go up there when it rained in mud, take their dirt bikes up there and stuff like that. And but I'll hold events like that, and everyone will sit around in a group, obviously, and we always see, we'll see things all night, the whole time we're there, day or night, whatever. But this last time when we did that, there was people were coming in at different times, A lot of them showed up, at the beginning, and some people weren't able to make it till later. It was almost like a total switch over from the original people to the people that were still there at 9, 10 o'clock, when we were getting done wrapping it up. But the second group later on, they all wanted to do the protocols, which, you don't need all the music. You don't need the bells and the whistles. All you need to do is pay attention.
Relax and pay attention.
Which is, something I'm going to be doing tonight is while I'm doing my little routine, I'm going to be, teaching, my methods.
Sure.
It's pretty simple. You don't need all the music. You definitely don't need Stephen Greer whispering in your ear to make it work. That's too much for me. I mean,
it works for a lot of people.
A lot of people, they have to have something to focus on, which, my attention span is all over the place.
I know people who cannot meditate without a guided meditation.
I can't say that I've ever.
That's perfectly fine. Does not make your meditation or relaxation any less valid.
Right.
So I want to thank you for your time today. I want to thank you for being able to make it all the way from Tulsa.
No problem.
Here
wouldn't miss it for the world.
For the first annual Texas UFOCon.
It's my first one, too.
I know. So let everybody know where they can go to follow you on social media, where they can go to check out your website, blog, articles, everything else.
I don't have a website up yet. I need one. Okay. We talked about that earlier, my technical issues. I need to hire someone like you personally full time to do that kind of stuff for me, because I'm too busy catching the magic,
Yeah.
I need
You're
someone
too busy documenting.
I'm doing the real work.
The field work. That's the field work, man.
We would need audio-visual guys without me.
That's it.
But on social media, I do have a YouTube channel, which it took me forever to get up, but I have, I think, 39 pretty amazing videos on there now. All filmed by me. I don't have anyone else's work on there. It's all done personally by me. It's Joey the UFO Magnet George on YouTube, and same on Facebook.
All right. Well,
most of my stuff ends up on Facebook too. So
awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing you again and again here. I look forward to our sky fishing expedition tonight. Thank you so much for your time during this first annual Texas UFOCon. While you are online, checking out all the amazing work and experiences from Joey, the UFO Magnet George, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. That is our website, curiousrealm.com. That's where you can find the Knowledge Vault full of declassified government documents. That is where you can find all the episodes. That is where you can come by and watch us live every Tuesday night as well. Until next time, everybody, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay curious. Keep looking up. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault on our website, curiousrealm.com. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast services, as well as YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV through the APR TV app, available on all app markets. Curious Realm is a proud member of the HC Universal Network family of podcasts. For more great content or to become a sponsor of Curious Realm or other podcasts, visit hcuniversalnetwork.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.